testing 1 2, and then I'm gonna put the volume a little bit up on our desktop audio, and we'll start seeing. There you go, man. Now we're live, bro. Here we are, guys. Yo, what's up? So we're just doing a little bit of editing day, man. So I got my boy with me, ladies and gentlemen. This Jaziel Leija, one of the best directors, producers, cinematographers in the game, and he's out there. And we're just gonna be talking about films and editing, and just go from there, man. It's gonna be a chill stream, guys. So we'll see where we go from there. Do you got anything to say, AJ?
Nah.
Bet. All right, man. So I'll let you take the course on that with Ed DaVinci result.
With your computer, I don't know.
You could, bro. Be like, man, I don't
want to click on something.
You could, Brody.
Something weird pops up. Oh shit. No.
I think might be the iPhone cord. Might be the one. Yeah, this thing it keep messing around, bro. Yeah, like I said, I got a charger over there. You want to just plug it in on the tabletop over there?
No, I'll leave it here. If it becomes annoying, then I'll just shut it.
I bet. And then.
No, there you go. You got it.
Here you go. Death round. There we go. And then we'll just skip that one. And there we go.
What are we doing with that?
I think we were just editing like Death Round, like really the voice of Peyton. Like we wanted to deepen the voice.
Too, right?
Yeah, that was really the main thing, was like editing sound on Peyton's voice. But yeah, we can just watch the film first, and if you want to do that.
No,
Alright, bet.
I've seen it so many times. I think really, like, from what I remember when we played it, like, the audio at the beginning was so low. Remember?
Yeah, like right there in that part where it just opened up.
No, I'm saying, like, remember when they played it in theater? Like,
Oh yeah, the audio came out.
Like, the beginning audio was too loud. Something was wrong with the audio. But then right there it's extremely loud, like it even peaks. How do I take this one?
Is right here on the split screen. Yeah, you can just hit that.
Okay.
Yeah, I should be able to do that. If it doesn't, then you might have to just hit
On here.
Yeah, there you go.
So this is playing on the. Oh, I see.
Yeah, on the OBS, and that's where it's live streaming live right now.
How do you see the comments?
Right there on the chat. So I think is what I'm trying to figure out. You gotta go to docs real fast, hit docs, and then put chat. There you go. Now you can see the chat. Oh shoot! Hey, what's up, Jasmine? Appreciate you showing up on the stream.
How do I? I'm used to Premiere Pro. I'm not used to DaVinci.
So for those that need a little bit of context, this is Death Round. We shot this at the Texas Horror Cult for the Horror Cult Film Festival for the Warner Take. The interesting part about this project is we had to make this entire film in one shot. And this is an interesting project because big thing about this is we had to do this with we wanted to do a fight scene in that one take. And that was the challenge because we had our stunt guy. We didn't have a stunt guy essentially. We had to like kind of improv on the spot, you know. But thankfully Jay and everyone in the crew kind of understood the storyline, and we did it safely essentially. So this was a fun project. This was definitely some fun for the project.
I mean, from what I remember, like, this audio was off at the beginning. I don't think I had any real complaints about the image. Oh, and then
the music, I think.
To change the song.
Yeah, it was something about the music.
Let's just work on that instead, because I feel like this is gonna take forever.
Sure.
More exciting. Where's the music?
The music is right here on the audio clip 4.
And there's this one, right?
Yeah.
So this all one.
Yeah, it's on one track, and we lined it up with that.
One thing this is just me, and like the only thing I don't like about the music that is it sounds very commercial.
Gotcha.
Like it goes into like you like listen to it, like listen to it, and then then I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say because I don't want to say it. Like, that part is cool. That part is like cinematic. But it goes into
The Rock's theme.
no, but even the first stem, has a dun, dun. I think I already told you, right?
Mhm.
It sounds like the one way. Oh no.
Oh shit.
It literally sounds like that, bro. And I feel like when I was watching it in theaters, like everything was good, and then got to the music, and then music kind of like threw me out of the scene.
Okay.
So I was like, it was so serious, up to this point where it actually started fighting.
Mhm.
And then something that we can't do anything about anymore, which like you guys mentioned about the choreography.
Mhm.
I just feel like, and a lot of people even said themselves too, like at the very end,
Yeah.
when we should have done something better, like we should have ended it something more dramatic.
Okay.
I feel like it's kind of boring to end it, but that was it is what it is.
It is what it is.
You can't really see. But other than that, like what we could do is like play around with the music here in the fight scene,
Mhm.
and then play with our sound, and then fix the music, fix
The audio.
what's it called, the peaks in the front.
Mhm.
And then
All right. Cool.
Yep. As far as like the music goes, like what are you? I'm thinking something more like keeping the same.
I kind of want to
I say
keep.
even like not even have music. Let's try that first.
Yeah, we can check out the music. Not even like on the beginning with like the music.
No, the music at the beginning is fine.
Okay, just up to the fight scene. That's what we call the music. Yeah, we can do that.
We can play with it, see how it feels.
Then you can just hit the D button. Hit click on that timeline. On the yeah, just hit A first. And then click on the green one on where it says Death Round Music WAV. So click on that and then hit D.
Oh, I'm gonna cut out because
Okay.
it's gonna cut out the back part.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I'm gonna cut it off first and then I'll show you. So finish with the So now I'm gonna say
You win. I don't take you with him.
see, that's good. That's good tension. The music give it tension.
Deal.
Oh, I remember now why. We didn't use the sound effects we wanted to use. The sound effects sounds so it definitely does make things kind of
You're strong, but you're not strong enough. You have earned your time. Use it wisely.
You think we can keep like a little bit of a techno sound or like some Because that's what I'm thinking, like techno sound would be pretty cool to kind of fit with the vibe that we established in the beginning, and it give a little bit like the 80s tone.
like that.
Yeah.
What's done is done. I am inevitable.
I don't care.
We have to like find some music now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. You gotta go to YouTube. Is this right here?
Yeah. No, anything on screen is on stream, so you want to put it on this second monitor, so that way it won't show on stream.
Or does it matter?
I would just put it just in case for like anything copyright in case. So we're gonna look up for music.
Let me see.
Audio library.
This is not the best, but
How do you feel about YouTube music from 9 times out of 10?
they're not the best. But it's better than paid.
Ooh, that's loud as hell.
Where's the volume?
Hmm?
Can you put the volume?
Yeah, you're gonna have to do it on that on the speaker itself. You can do it from there too.
Oh, from the speaker?
Yeah, you're gonna have to move from the speaker itself.
Here?
Yeah, so you're like there you go. I feel like I would fight fucking Palmer with that music.
Very last part of it can work.
Yeah, we can play around with that.
We're gonna
Just put under where the downloads right here. There you go, and just hit save. Go back to that one, the radar one. What's like in the middle? Because it kind of gives me a little bit of Yellowstone vibes, but let me see. Does it build up from there? Yeah, it just sounds like the Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, definitely more of a like a gym workout. Yeah, that's way more like a battle, like a war movie. That actually kind of might work. The Civic one, I actually kind of that's what you want to go for, but like I like it though. I think also, yeah, this would be a good choice to have. I like it personally. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
We can try it. It doesn't matter. We can try it. This one, Civic?
No, yeah, Civic on top. Yeah, we'll see what we got. And then what else we have? Sounds like something over here is fucking Aeropostale or something. Try searching for cinematic. Contain cinematic. What's it say? Like right here, where it says cinematic. There's little 3 dots. What are those 3? Yeah, what are these? Okay, there we go. So now it has everything. It filters from cinematic first. Okay, there we go. Alright, bet. Under downloads. There you go.
You can always play with it, you know. You know, like play a little bit, mix and match. As long as you get it right. I like the beginning of this beat, but I don't like the middle because I feel like the middle kind of like drags on a little too much. It's something like a very short sequence, but the beginning will work a little bit.
That sounds pretty badass. some real fans with the audio. I think I might have a theory on why the audio sounds funny, but I want to check it just to be sure. But I want to play this out first. See. Let me see this one real fast. Audio, stereo, embedded channel 1. Okay, yeah, track 1, left, right. Okay, so it's all stereo. Okay. At first, I thought I was like. Oh, never mind. I was just checking to make sure we're getting audio on the dual speakers, just to extra sure. If it's not just on mono, it's also on stereo. But we good so far.
I don't care.
Excuse me.
One round.
I like the beginning part, but it does kind of die down a little bit.
Yeah, it drags too long.
It drags too long, but I like really like the beginning part where like the dun and dun dun and dun, you know, like get the marching on.
Yeah. Let me see. Let's try that one.
Yeah.
I don't like that one.
Kind of feels like the tempo is kind of all over the place. Like the energy of the music, you know, like the fast pacedness, just kind of like really contrasts with the image. You know what I mean? Maybe we just speed a little bit. Maybe that could help. Oh no, that's the you just changed the volume for. Oh okay. Mm-hmm.
than the previous.
Yeah. I like it. I think we can work with this for now. I don't think we need to change it, but I like it what we got. The speed of it actually helped out with making the sound a little bit more intense, more up. I don't want to say upbeat, but definitely a lot more.
Yeah.
Check out the chat real fast.
There's so many things you can do with sounds. You gotta know how to do it, you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, it's the thing, bro. You gotta put your hands to the dirt, bro, on making sound.
I'm not a
And
sound person.
me neither, man. Me neither. But I try, and yeah. Oh, you still stuck on the audio? You trying to do like a video bit or?
Nah, I'm trying to. What's it called? Fade this in.
Oh, you gotta put on corners. So you hit on the top right corner. There you go. And you gotta drag it to the left. There you go. That's how you fade in.
There's a few things that I think the audio on this whole, the main one is just so off.
Mm-hmm.
Like even if I try to raise it up as much, it's gonna like start to sound funny.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that's always my main complaint. Like we should get like top-notch audio,
Yeah.
cause it kind of does.
It shows the cracks a little bit.
Yeah, cause like you can hear like a lot of like what's it called, like mic artifacts, I guess.
Yeah, like the mic
You
peaks.
can hear, no, like you can hear the mic moving.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. When I raise the volume up on the main one, you can hear it more.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of hard to take it off because it's like embedded with this like on top of like their dialogue.
Uh-huh.
So like but it's like at the same time you hear like the mic cut.
Mm-hmm.
Let me pull something up, bro. Let me show off real quick.
You good, bro?
Cause no, man, I'm not even showing up.
Nah, bro. Let me show you how the master does it.
I'm not how I did, but somebody else that I cannot. I think it's this one. But you're gonna notice the difference immediately. I think it's this one.
Cause you want to there you go.
Where is he?
Vienen por ti.
I got you. There's something that is a really interesting line that I've heard in English theater they taught. It teaches is called. There's this line that says, "Class is in the small straws." Basically, that means your class, whatever you put, is the level of small details you put into the to your acting. And I think that rule can apply for like a lot of filmmaking. Is the small details will show you the class of filmmaker you are. You know what I mean? That's just something that I recently heard a line. I think it was Michael Caine that said in his video or somewhere, but it's a classic line from English actors. Class is in the small details or in the small straws. Class is the small straws. So how do you schedule between ADRs? Like, did you just have to call people and be like, hey, we're gonna have to run this whole film again with ADR sessions, essentially? Oh, okay, so they're already coming in, so that was already. Oh, okay. It was on purpose. Interesting.
Just to save time and money.
Hola, hija.
That's ADR too.
Es importante.
That was nice and like full that sound.
Interesting. I never. That's a new one.
Pa,
I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
¿qué es?
Did you even have
Estoy
like
feliz
a
de
in-mic
verte,
audio for like
hija.
at least like have some wild tracks?
Papá,
That's hard.
¿qué está
work.
pasando?
It works so well.
Siempre
You couldn't even notice it.
me recuerdas de tu madre. Te miras mucho como ella.
Papá,
It's like you know how they sound like
Te necesito que vayas a la cabana solo por unos días.
you know what I mean?
Mhm.
And like I like and I know like a lot of
On film. Right. Right.
No guns.
Right. Like there's a certain level of quality you have to come in with that sound plays in film, essentially. Yeah.
we should definitely. Because also like you gotta
Right.
So
Okay. Not at all. Okay. That y'all looking for, it was a price worth it. Right. Exactly. everybody out there, bro. The sounds, bro.
Sound. So this level that we're presenting right now.
There you go. Dang, bro, that's a clip that, Chad. Clip it, Chad. We're open for
Sound
business.
mixers, sound designers. We gotta be top level. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to waste my time like taking chances. Like, if I'm gonna throw the bank at you, you gotta be good. You know what I mean? And if you're good, then dude, I'll sell the house. I'll sell the car.
I'm gonna give you the whole bang, bro, for a sound, bro. Just make our
¿No
our
crees
shit
que mi
sound
padre
good,
me
bro.
enseñó a pelear?
No. Bro, this is crazy. Please, fuck, man. If you're an audio person watching this, bro, this your gold mine right here, bro. This your calling card, bro. Nah, we there's a couple of you ones that we both know, but just. There you go.
Go back into the ADR studio and ADR the whole film here.
That'd be hard.
And
That'd be
like,
tough.
No, cause we do have like scratch audio. It's literally simple, bro. Like you put the. I mean, have you ever seen the ADR session? Like,
Yeah, I've
behind
seen
the
like
scenes?
from like behind the scenes for
Yeah,
like
that's
Deadpool and
insane.
Wolverine, and so they just have a big, or even like I've seen anime behind the scenes where it's just the screen of the film, the audio, the actors would just listen and just yell on the mic. You ever seen those? It's pretty much that same intent. It's just a matter of like finding the studio, renting it, getting it done, really, and then like, that's pretty much what it
It's
is.
not even because it's two steps to it.
Mhm.
One thing is getting the ADR right, and then somebody actually has to mix it and sign it.
Like on the spot, or does it do it?
It doesn't have to be on the spot, obviously. But like that's like the thing that like most people fail at when it comes to audio. I think is that they think, oh, it's just I'm just gonna go in there with my boom and mic and record everything. Like, well, that's just the first step. You know what I mean?
Right.
And if you get the first step wrong, like forget about it. The rest of your stuff is gonna come out wrong.
Mhm.
So you gotta get the first step right with the actual recording. And then the second step, which I feel like is the more artistic, the more like damn, like you are an artist, is the designing. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So like the Foley, I mean, I'm not a sound person, but I also like I know like what they do, like the Foley puzzle, like you know how like that. I'm like mixing in to the point where it sounds nice. You know? It doesn't sound too harsh. Sometimes like some sounds can sound really harsh.
Mhm.
You know, like when they scratch like the old school boards.
Yeah.
That like sounds terrible to the ear. Like doesn't sound good. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
Or when you play like your music loud, or you take away all the what do they call it? See, that's how you know I'm not a sound person. Bass,
Sound bass or like
bass or bass.
I think it's bass. Yeah.
Bass. When you take out all the bass and you leave the other thing on, the treble, it sounds kind of like it sounds too like I feel like somebody's poking your ear with a little needle. But when you mix it perfectly, you know what I mean. You put a nice amount of bass and a nice amount of treble, and this like nicely like distributed, then it sounds nice. You know what I mean? It sounds like it doesn't sound too punchy. It doesn't sound too hard. Like right in the middle. So that's the thing. So you gotta record it, and then you gotta find somebody who knows how to like
master it,
and then design it. So the design has more to do with like where you're gonna place it in the timeline. You know, that's super important. And like that's just as important as like cutting like a scene, I guess. This is stuff, man. This stuff people don't pay attention to sometimes. Or it's just like when you don't have a big budget, obviously you're not gonna like be able to do all that stuff.
Essentially, yeah. But I think there's a bunch of editors and sound mixers that be willing to do it for a film. It's just a matter of like finding the right one and.
But nobody wants to do audio. That's the thing. Everybody wants to be on camera. Everyone wants to be directing. Everybody wants to be like doing whatever else or lighting. And then like when it comes to audio, like I don't know.
Right.
Like, but we need you guys.
Yes,
audio.
that's
guys,
crazy.
I would say you guys are as important as the editor. I mean, you are your own editor, but as important as the editor that cuts. You know?
That's true. Yeah.
Cause like damn, that was my.
There's your little rants of filmmakers, man.
Yeah.
People, the filmmakers have been slacking, bro. We need audio, guys.
Well,
we got too many.
I don't care about
We-
we've been slacking.
We've been slacking on audio. Looking back on our projects, yeah, we've been cheaping out too much on audio for too long. I think right now,
No more.
no, we gotta step up our game going forward.
To the max, you know, like it's gonna be day and night from now. You're gonna be like, damn, like weren't you guys terrible at audio? And all of a sudden you're professional and be like, yeah.
I mean, that's the goal for it. That's the goal at the end of the day, man. Is try to get better.
2026, the audio's gonna be insane.
2026, man, our films are gonna be a studio level, bro. I don't care what anybody.
Insane. It's gonna be, you're gonna be Foley. You're like, you're gonna hear every like, you're gonna hear me. You're gonna hear like, you can hear hairs like going up.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, man. But yeah, no, I think that's pretty much what we got so far. Death Round. It's just a matter of like figuring out those small tidbit details. You think we can switch over Peyton's voice on this one or nah?
Yeah, let's do that.
We can switch over Peyton's. See if we could give her like a more godly voice. That'd be badass.
am death.
How do I raise the volume all the way up from the computer?
It's right here on the bottom level. Do you need some headphones just in case? I got some earbuds.
No, that's fine.
It's right here on 68.
Yeah, go which is better. This one.
Now the only thing is gonna be on the mic. Is gonna be like we're gonna be here on the mic.
Oh, well, I won't play too much.
Alrighty.
I just won't play.
I take this form solely because it is what your mortal form can comprehend.
Who are you?
This is the first line, right?
Yeah, I am death.
I mean, I think the only.
That's the music. I think the line is the top one where it says Evelyn.
You can change the pitch, I guess.
You know what I am. I am death.
Holy shit! Actually, we're
I
already
take
like
this form solely because it is what your mortal form can comprehend. I've come to guide you to the other side. Form solely because it is what your mortal form can comprehend. I've come to guide you.
To the other.
not the chipmunk voice, bro.
I am death.
She's crying.
I take this form solely because it is what your mortal form can comprehend.
That'd be creepy, bro. Now
I've come
thinking
to guide
about
you
that.
To the other side.
If you can mix both the death, like the low and the high pitch, and put it as one, that would be creepy. That'd be freaking creepy.
I take this form solely because it is what your mortal form can comprehend.
I think it was great when we had it at 7. So let's try bump it at like 10. Oh yeah, and then there we go.
I take this form solely because it is what your mortal form can comprehend. I've come to guide you to the other side. I take this form solely because it is what your mortal form can comprehend. I've come to guide you to the other side.
And then Finn has a line that's like bring him back, so that one we have to change to normal.
Back. What's done is done. What's done is done. Back. What's done is done. I am inevitable. Don't care.
I think continue on from that. Yeah, like I don't care, bring him back. Yeah, there's more to his line than outside of that.
Give me one round. If I win, you bring him back.
There you go. And then we're here. If you win, I won't take you with him.
If you win, I don't take you with him.
Don't care. Give me one round. If I win, you bring him back.
If you win, I don't take you with him.
Okay, yeah. Think if we get High Road to do the sound mixing he'd be doing, do you trust his skill level?
Yeah, I'll trust him.
I'll text.
I'll have to see.
Oh, okay. I was like, I could DM him.
So sound mix this one right now?
What's up?
The sound mix that's right?
Yeah. To do like the audio ones to help us with that. Unless you're satisfied with what we have so far, we just go on with it. Your call. So I was thinking like, you know, next for the next project for sure we're gonna get Hyro, and I'm thinking I know the guy. You know the guy who won the Texas Horror Cult, the one that did Ooh, we probably blew out a few eardrums on stream with that. Blew out a few eardrums. We just like, wah! I think it's like 27 the curves. I think it was like 27 the curves because you have it on under 37. Oh, they're all 37? Oh, okay. I thought it was 27. Okay, cool.
But you're not strong enough.
The volume on this whole thing is just.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, it just goes back to some raw footage, but I mean that's.
But you're not strong enough.
Can it be possible we push the music back, like give her a moment of like give her the music, like cut the music out, and then just a moment of silence of her when her saying, "You've earned your time. Use it wisely." So that way, instead of struggling with like trying to get the audio right, like just move the music out, the music tracks out the way.
The volume on this one.
I was also on the push the death round music a little bit back, like to the corner of where the other where on the Civic. There you go. Like see how that sounds.
Use it wisely. Use it wisely. You have earned your time. Use it wisely.
I feel that's better actually. Like the music, it doesn't feel too dramatic change from here to here.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like more smooth transition.
Yeah, it's more in tune. Like it's more, it's definitely within the same genre. Cause now thinking about it, it does feel like a drastic change of like going from like techno 80s like that techno vibe to like all of a sudden like AC/DC like High School Musical rock theme. Like it's too like the thin razor. Like it's like a thin razor change of like a dramatic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now seeing that, and now with this music, it's still within that techno vibe. It's still like it changes it ups the stakes but without changing like the scenery too dramatically, you know what I'm saying? It's not too drastic of a change.
No, not too dry. It just feels more what's it called? Like smoother.
Mm-hmm. You know, you remember the film 57 Missing?
Yeah, man. Is that the one when
The soldiers go in the house and everyone went missing, and in the end the soldier
yeah,
When and then the cops go missing, and it turns out it's the alien in the end.
Yeah.
This the guy that made the sound, that edited the sound, the whole thing.
Oh really?
So we want whenever you're ready, bro. Just let me know. I send you his account, man. You want to DM him? I'm doing something further, or like this guy in mind.
What's his name? That's from Austin.
Yeah.
I feel like Austin has like more resources.
Makes sense too, since it's from Austin. They have. Ooh, yes, I will be there only on Saturday. I would love to. I've been DMing cosplayers about doing shoots on with them. Got a few that were down for a Saturday. One of them invited me to a Soul Eater meet. They're doing a big Soul Eater meet, cosplay meet in there, and she's like, "Bro, you should come through." And she's super cool, bro. She was pretty cool with me. She been following me for a minute. And she got a.
Nice. She was there waiting for me.
Yeah, nah, bro. There's the chat. She be hard on my messages, bro. She be hard on my messages, bro. I don't know, bro. I'm like, hey, yo, you. Nah, I'm just playing, bro. I don't want to do all that. I don't want to do all that. I'm just happy, bro, for me that I'm just be able to work with cool cosplayers, bro, and just get some badass shots out of them, bro. And trying to get this reel for the Turner Car Show. I just need to give the freaking camera to Ryan. We were supposed to meet up for another shoot, but then the guy that coordinated the photo shoot canceled. And so we were like, oh, okay, so I guess we're not meeting, and we're just waiting to hear back from him. But, so hopefully I get Ryan back his DVR camera, and he can put my footage on Mega and on WeTransfer, and then I could be able to edit the footage from there to make a really cool reel of Tuner Evo events.
How does that work? Like, you need to have, like, some sort of...
He needs to get an optimal drive built for the camera so he can import the camera. So what he does, he has to import the camera to the optical drive, right? And then from the data, he can put it on MP4 on the PC. And he used this website called Mega, which is like a cloud storage website. I've used it, like, it's my first time using it, so I just used it for our last shoot when I did with him with that horror music video. And I don't like it. I don't like the layout of it. I was like, dang, nah. I was like, can you do WeTransfer? And he's like, nah, he doesn't like WeTransfer. So I'm like,
WeTransfer either. Unless you have a subscription.
Right.
If you don't have a subscription, I don't like it.
Yeah, nah, the subscription helps out a lot, bro. Because you can make a whole link and send it to you, and it just downloads it right there on the spot.
I've been using Lightroom. I've been using Lightroom lately.
Lightroom helps out a lot.
Especially like transfer stuff.
Yeah, especially I tried it, but so I tried a couple of times, and I have some people complain that the images don't come through.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's so weird.
Well, cause you have to, it's probably because you have to like upload it to the Google, not the Google. You have to upload it to their cloud.
Oh, I gotta pay for the cloud service.
Yeah, otherwise you're not gonna show anything. But it's cool because like if you have a team and you're editing, like you can edit like multiple.
In real time.
You can edit in real time. Oh, I don't. Can you make this like brighter, and then I can edit it on Lightroom, and then I can be like, all right, I already did it. Let's go check.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna, every time you edit, it's gonna upload a new version to the cloud, and whatever's in the cloud, whatever you're gonna get on the. Yeah. But I mean, I think this is good. Like back to the film, I think it's good. I mean, there's a lot of little things we still have to edit, but I don't know. You wanna take a break from this?
Got you, bro. Yeah, we can take a break.
Talk about your film stuff.
Oh, like the top 25 films?
Yeah.
Sure, man. I mean, shoot.
You got your alcohol?
Yeah, man. Pass it on, bro. Why not? Take a shot for the chat. Yeah. I gotta get a mini fridge, bro.
You gotta be careful when you say out loud, though.
Yeah, no. Hey, drink responsibly, chat.
You gotta be careful because like one day you become super famous, they're gonna come back and wait a minute. What did he say? He said what?
Yeah, that's why I said drink. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Drink responsibly, chat. Don't go crazy with alcohol, bro. Alcohol is a beast, bro. That's why you gotta drink responsibly. Drink responsibly. Also, Rumpelman, sponsor me. Nah, bro. Hold on, let me do this. I don't want to just rocket it like I'm some fucking rock star, bro. Let me get some shot cups, bro. Like, actually do it responsibly instead of, like, drinking from the bottle and some crash out. Got these as a gift from my workplace, bro. Silicone shots, bro.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Quick trip.
Yeah, bro. The silicone too, they're nice, bro. Yeah, my manager gave them to me.
Breaking them.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, shoot.
Especially if you get like you get tips or something.
Oh yeah, for the lightweighters, bro, freaking start throwing cups in the air, bro. Like, yo.
Bro, one time I went to New York
Mhm.
and my friend, the guy we were working with, like he's just like what I think he was gaffing that time.
Mhm.
And but anyway, we went out just like when our time off
There you go.
to walk around, and this dude like he was kind of clumsy sometimes. So he'll do like clumsy stuff, and we went to like
Sounds like my best friend.
we went to a gift shop, right?
Yeah.
And there was a bunch of little shot glasses, and homeboy turns around like turns his back to the shot glasses, bends over to tie his shoe. He knocked down like at least like 10 of them. He broke them all too.
What happened afterwards?
And then the guy made him pay for them.
Oh.
But they weren't bad. They were like $2 each, but still.
Damn, $2 times that's $22, which like New York tax be like $24 or $25, bro. Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, I ain't gonna do like the whole. That's crazy. See, that's why Chad, you gotta watch your drinking level, bro. Like,
Well,
listen.
he wasn't drunk. He wasn't drunk.
Oh, he wasn't drunk. He was.
sober.
Oh, so he was just tipsy.
clumsy.
He was just a clumsy. Bam.
Yeah, but it was funny. He dropped the. I'm thinking like they should have had like silicone ones, and he won't have to worry about paying for them.
Honestly, that would have been smart, bro. See, no, I think that's the thing, bro. Well,
you just dropped it low shit. Let me pick it back up for you.
Yeah, no, instead of like,
But
oh
there were
shit.
glass, he broke them all, and he had to pay for that. And he just paid for like broken glass, basically.
Nah, for real, man. That's why this shit just kind of sucks, bro.
But
That's
he
so
wasn't
fun.
drinking. He was sober, 100%.
So he was just a clumps. That's
He was
crazy. He was a clumsy man.
Yeah, he's a clumsy man. Yeah, cool dude. Now.
Ooh, I took a little bit of a zip shot just so that way I'm like get the alcohol like running in, bro. Fuck it, ready?
Sure.
All right, to the future, man. To film. Ugh. Ooh.
You like that minty?
Oh yeah, I love Rumple Mints, man. That's one of my go-to drinks, bro. The only thing about Rumple Mints is there's no mixer for it because it's already like such a strong mint flavor with it. I know a guy. He tells me at the bar. I think this is kind of a little bit slimy, but he would like. He says he'll take a. So what he'll do with his date, he had a coworker. He would go on a date with her and he'll buy her a shot, right? But for him, he'll get a shot of Rumple Mints because Rumple Mints is cheaper than vodka, right? So he'll get a shot of Rumple Mints for him, and the girl would get vodka. They'll both take shots, and then afterwards, when the day's going all right, he would go in and kiss her. It's a good kissing method because, like, with his girl, since it's a minty mouth, yeah. But his girl would be thinking like that's a mint, and I'm like, oh, okay. Well, first off, I hope it is your girl. You're not just doing that to any random date, bro, like that. But you know.
Well, let me ask you a question.
What's up, buddy?
I don't know about you, but you know somebody who you can tell somebody who drinks a lot, right?
Yeah.
And they drink a lot of like corn-based alcohol.
Oh yeah.
Which is pretty much all of it.
Most of it, yeah.
If they drink a lot, like, don't they? Isn't it weird? Like they get like a corn mouth. Like if you smell the bread, it smells like corn. Have you ever noticed that?
No, I never noticed that. I've seen like.
I've noticed that. I've noticed the. Well, with women specifically, because I've never been that close to. You know, I get close to women, like, you know what I mean? That close. I'm like, and I was like, man, like your breath kind of smelled like corn. And when I was younger, I didn't know. I was too young.
Right.
Naive. I always thought like, man, maybe she be eating corn. I never know. But then after a while, I realized, wait, a lot of the women that complain about their breath smelling like corn, like they drink a lot. So
what would they be drinking? Like
something that's heavy corn based.
So I'm thinking like you for heavy corn based would be like beer or like those cheap wines that you get. Like I know like if you get one of those cheap wines that's like wine. With like the not the red wine, the sweet wine, like the clear yellow wines, they have heavy starch in there. They have heavy starch in there, or like the what's it called? What's that flavor called? Chardonnay.
Chardonnay.
Yeah, if you get like those cheap barefoot wines, there's like the clear wines, like the white gold wines. That's pretty heavy corn base. If you get the red wine, a lot of people say red wine, like red sweet wine, is a lot healthier option, or like the more healthier alcohol option.
But yeah, man, that's something I noticed. I was like, man, is that?
You gotta stop drinking the wine, moms, right there, man. You better lay off that alcohol, man.
I don't be drinking.
I try. I'm cut back on drinking. I'll have some times where if I want to have fun, like if I'm in a social setting, like right now or something. But on my downtime, like by myself, I would rather just like, I don't really like drinking by myself, just cause like I feel like when you drink by yourself, then that's like more of like you got problems. You know what I mean? That's just my personal opinion. I'm not saying like you can't just drink beer and like have a good time and chillax. Of course, you're right to it, but it's more like when you use it every day. You know what I'm saying? If it's a constant cycle where you can't operate functionally without having a sip, then it becomes a problem.
No, yeah, that's true.
Or if you start acting erratic, like you see that's another toxic trait you gotta watch out for alcoholism. If you can tell their personality changes, like a whole different person when they had like a couple shots in a beer or some shit, and they just change dramatically. Like they're a lot more friendlier, they're a lot more huggy, they're more touchy, or they're more aggressive. Like you say something and they taking it like you're offending them, bro. I hate the angry drunks, bro. Because those are just people that are just looking for trouble, that just want to find any excuse to just yell at you or something. Like really, you've been having feelings about me for a while. You're just looking or just like freaking lurking an opportunity to say something, even if it's nothing offensive. They'll just lash out and just say like, "Oh, it sounds bad," and then like, "Oh," and again, you're at that point, you're acting irrational, so you're not even thinking about fucking you're not even thinking about like what I'm really saying. You're just thinking, "Oh, I don't like what he's saying, so I'm gonna do something about it." You know what I'm saying?
No.
You gotta watch out for those kinds of people, man. For me, I like to drink alcohol by myself or like a small crew of friends. I never really like to drink alcohol in a big social setting like that, just because for me, knowing me, it's just like I just get too quiet. I get really quiet and I go back to my high school ways of being super shy, and I'm just like glued on my phone.
I'm missing some. Have too much love. I want to give my face a little more light.
You can put it in the middle if you want, bro. Damn, my camera.
Mind everybody.
You blinded it. You flashbanged everybody, bro. What the hell?
That's what we're talking about.
We're just talking about like films, like a top five films of 2025.
You got that John Wick looking at right.
Look at you with that bisexual lighting at. I know I say that shit and it triggers so many filmmakers, bro. Like when I say bisexual lighting, it's like get that fucking get this YouTuber off my set. Get this YouTuber off my set. Let me do a docs, bro.
I hear the YouTubers they use that term a lot.
Don't see that. You don't need to see that. That's something you don't need to see. Shit, he leaked it. He leaked the next project, guys. Is this one research document? Investigation Ferguson police. Oh no, this is something else. Why can't I just go to my Google?
What are you trying to pull up?
I'm just going to docs and just making a doc about like my list of best top 5 films of 2025. Trying to do a little presentation thing, but technology is being a bitch to me, man. I hate technology. Why I yoda. Bro, I think it's crazy, bro. You know what my coworker was telling me? Her best friend in college, she's an illustrator and she can't find any jobs, bro, because a lot of the jobs they're asking for like illustrating jobs, how to use AI. And it just reminded me of what you said earlier about like when you were looking for camera jobs or like camera equipment jobs, like grips, they're already asking like how to use AI.
Well, you're especially mainly like I was looking for editing jobs.
Okay.
I don't know why though. Like, I mean, if you look it up, like you'll find like the what's it called requirements for the job, like on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
You'll see them when they're asking.
Yeah, no, I think it's crazy with the whole asking for how to use AI. I mean, in my opinion, bro, I know a lot of people, a lot of my homies are like super against AI, right? And I get the attention, but I'm gonna be real. The vast majority of the world has already accepted AI. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, it's no longer just a small group of businessmen or companies that like adapt and we have a chance to fight. No, the genie's out of the bottle. vast majority of the industry of, especially in the filmmaking and arts, bro, they've already decided, hey, why should I pay an hourly wage or a 401k and insurance to my graphic designer in house? We're gonna just get ChatGPT to just make a cool design for me. 9 times out of 10, these executives, they don't really care about like the quality of like the poster or something. They just want it done, right? So they don't really care about the art. So that's the part that's kind of, I hate to be that guy, but I'm like, bro, you can't stop the wave. Like the vast majority of the industry, the vast majority of the businesses, like local businesses are already saying, why would I waste time trying to find a graphic designer where I can just ask ChatGPT, hey, make me a cool poster for my 4th of July car sale. There you go. You know what I'm saying?
No, I feel you.
And it's tough, and I hate to be that guy, but I'm like, hey, you just gotta learn.
I work for like people that companies that I work for, they're not against using AI. They use it all the time.
Exactly.
They'd be like, oh, you need to proofread your videos. Like, you want to proofread them, just put them through AI. That's what they tell me all the time.
And how do you feel about that? Do you think like they're just like spitting at you in your job, or you just realize like it's just part of the job right now? Like, how do you feel about it?
I mean, it's part of the job, bro. Like all the companies that I work for that I make videos for, they pay like the most expensive AI subscription. They do. I mean, we're not making the videos on AI, but they want you to use AI for like very basic stuff. Like you want to make sure, like, let's say like we're making a video and it has like captions, and you want the captions to be correct. You know what I mean? So you just proofread it through AI. It's used professionally for like a lot of reasons. Like, a lot of reasons. It's just like, but it's one of those things where like once you step out the art world and you step into like the business world, it's like a drug to them almost.
Because it basically does everything. Like it's basically like their little like assistant or like a secretary that they can have in their phone instead of like, or especially the ones that don't have one. Now they have an actual secretary, so they can feel.
There's levels to it too. Like for example, like the main one is ChatGPT obviously. So like I know like you work in a video production company, they're gonna want you to know how to use ChatGPT at the very least. Right. And it's just for like small stuff, mainly like proofreading, copywriting.
Oh yeah, AI copywriting is big on this one.
Creating like I mean, like let's say you want to translate like the captions to Spanish. Personally, I've used it before to create like call sheets.
It's just good, like making a template for a call sheet to just have it out there.
I'm so lazy. Like sometimes I'm like, man, I don't got 3 hours to make a call sheet right now. So what I'll do, I'll just put in all the information. I'm like, hey, ChatGPT, can you make me a call sheet in like 5 seconds? Yeah. And then sometimes like I want it to be more simple, like just like very easy to read. I'd be like, make it super easy to read, and I'll make it super easy to read. Stuff like that. I mean, I honestly don't use ChatGPT as much as I used to when I first found out about it. Nowadays, I kind of like if I need something like fast and quick and convenient, then I'll choose ChatGPT. I think if I have time, then I'll do it myself. Yeah. There's a lot of limitations to it still.
Yeah, it's not the perfect all be all, but it does get like a huge bulk of the hard work or the labor out of the way. I know for me, as far as like a writer, what I like ChatGPT for is a great source gatherer. So say if I want to go like if I want to, instead of me looking for like hours of like say for example, here's a project I want to do. A project of say the 80s punk band the Sex Pistols, right? I could go and do my own research, like look on Google, find a bunch of articles, and just waste my time trying to find which ones are good, which ones are bad, right? Which ones are legit fan bases and like all that. But ChatGPT cuts the workload of that. I'm like, hey, find me great interviews and documentaries and podcasts of the Sex Pistols, their appearances, and ChatGPT will just pull up a playlist of like, here's some of the best Here's this 80s broadcast of the Sex Pistols interview from 1982. Here's this one of their live concert. Here's this documentary made in 2002. Here's this one made in 2005 for their 50th anniversary tour. Like, ChatGPT is a great source gatherer for all that. And then I asked them, like, hey, can you give me some news articles of the Sex Pistols for their riots that happened in 1987 with the Birmingham riots? And they'll say, like, here's all the articles. Here's even a news footage from that we've gathered and everything. Like, that's what I like as a writer. Like, it's a great research assistant as finding your sources and gathering your sources. Even it's great citing your sources, bro. It cites the sources very well.
No, I agree. There's a lot of reasons for ChatGPT. You know what I mean? But there's also like other like AI that people don't even talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, like if you own a mirrorless camera or like any kind of like new like 2020 up cinema camera, like all of that has AI integrated into it. Like the autofocus.
Yeah.
That's all AI.
It makes sense.
And it's like very sophisticated AI. Like the back, like not even like 5 years ago, it existed. You know what I mean? So a lot of people don't even know.
Right.
Like there's like I remember like back in the day, like when you want to take a photo like on a camera that was like on 1.2. It was so hard to get it because like the autofocus was terrible. Well, not that it was terrible, but like once you get to 1.2, you're like you're gonna be focusing like on the nose, the lip. You know what I mean? You're focusing on very small detail, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I remember I will have to like if I want to get that perfect focus, I'll have to like zoom in into the camera while I'm shooting the photo and then like pinpoint like the focus, right?
Mm-hmm.
But nowadays the AI is so like advanced that you don't even got to.
That's wild.
Like, you can take like you can use a 1.2 like very haphazardly,
Mm-hmm.
and you can still gonna get the shot well in focus. Like it's that good. Like people gonna. Sony kind of started. Sony started autofocus, and when they first started, I thought it was like okay, it's good, but it's not that good.
Right.
But then Canon kind of like took it up another level, which kind of forced Sony to even take it up another level. So now you have two very like competitive cameras, like going after each other for like the best autofocus, and it's all AI integrated. You know what I mean? So like if you're somebody who like against AI, like it's taking over. And before you know it, like everything's gonna be AI integrated.
Bro, you heard about this crazy idea that Disney had, bro? Where if you pay extra for Disney Plus, you can make AI movies.
That's crazy.
It's like so you can make like I can just type in Disney, make me a fucking make me a film where Spider-Man meets Frozen Elsa. And it'll do that like right on the spot. It's fucking insane, man. Like
there's limitations too, you know what I mean? But at the same time, like
it's getting
I wouldn't
better.
Be scared. I would never be scared of AI. You know what I mean?
I can't be
They're
scared.
they're like, like I remember when it first came out, like ChatGPT, and I was kind of testing it out, and I was like, man, you're a basic. This is the most basic, cliche thing ever. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like if you told, like man, write me a story. It'll give you the same story over and over and over again. Like, maybe switch up a little things, but it's always like a happy ending and whatever, right? I just feel like AI is a representation of how smart humans are, you know what I mean? So it will never be smarter than a human. Might be smarter than some humans. You know what I mean? It might be smarter than some humans, but when we talk about the people who are making it, it's just a representation of our own intelligence. You know what I mean?
Move the camera.
Like everything's a representation of our own intelligence.
Let me see.
So like if you're a smart person, you're gonna ask AI very smart questions.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
No.
if you're a dumbass, you're gonna ask some dumbass questions like, bro, like what happens whenever you like how a burger, how like I don't know something dumb like.
Well, I don't want to say like let me see.
You ask very dumb questions. Like,
yeah, like
again,
what is the stars in the universe type shit.
And then the same thing with your creative writing. Let's see other people like, oh no, we can't have AI because like he's gonna write all our scripts for us. Like no, it's still a representation of the person who has put in the command for it. You know what I mean? If you ask AI, basically, like write me a script. Yeah, and it's gonna write you a script. It's gonna be shitty as hell because or it's gonna be basic as hell because you gave her a basic command.
Exactly.
But what if you're like, okay, I'm a very like crazy intellectual person. Like, you know what? Write me a script where we talk about what we subtly discuss, like racism in the United States, and please use all these solid references.
Yeah,
that
like
we
use
can
the
integrate it,
sources.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now before you know, like it's just a representation of how smart you are.
No, exactly. I
It's
think I
never
highly
gonna-
agree.
It's never gonna. It could make you more like informed, but it's never gonna make you more intelligent.
No, it can't. I agree with that because that's sometimes where I've seen this video on this this writer, this Hollywood writer, script writer. Hey, what's up? Nah. Yeah, estamos aquí. Yeah. No, but yeah, man. I think what's the important thing is with AI, like you said, it really can only interact with what you're giving it.
Yeah.
It can only if you're giving it like basic ass questions like what's 2 + 2 or how what's 2 + 2? Hey, how do I get to this location? Or hey, how do I talk to this person? And you know what I mean? Then it's just gonna give you the basic answers, right? But if you try to do like more intellectual questions, like for me, is like, hey, I want to do a horror script where I want inspirations from Clock Tower 3, Resident Evil 2, and Parasite Eve. But I want to do it in a very much micro budget. Like do something like that. Like if you're very specific with that, then AI can really help you build that bridge to get there. Like okay, since you're shooting a micro budget, Parasite Eve has a lot of lighting inspirations of gothic lighting. So you're very limited with like with gothic lighting. You know, like that stuff like that. Because I played around with ChatGPT like that, where I want to make like I would say like, hey, I want to do for a horror project, but I'm limited with like a tube light and 2 panel lights. How can I reach the same level of horror? Like say something like Evil Dead, right? They'll tell me, ChatGPT will tell me, well, your tube light, you're gonna have to go all handheld because the magic of Evil Dead was all handheld grunge photography. So handheld, the tube light will be your key source of lighting. You're gonna have to put like a 2-man lighting setup, and that's it. No sticks, all handheld. That will add more grunginess to the film. So that's something that ChatGPT can help you on, and it's helped me on. But other than that, bro, like I said, it will be, if you're just a lazy guy and if you just put, give me a good love story and I want Ryan Gosling to be in there, then it just give you a Ryan Gosling based movie. And it's like, oh, okay. And then if you're, and again, I feel like at that point, people can tell when you're just being lazy about it and like, oh, okay. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, I agree.
People can just tell straight up like, oh, you're not really giving it, you're not working for your film. You're just a wannabe and you're just scraping the level. You know what I mean? Like you're not even scraping it, you know what I'm saying?
No.
Like you're just cruising your way into filmmaking or like cruising your way into the arts. You're not a real artist. You're just cosplaying as an artist. Now that's a line right there. Just clip that, man. You're just cosplaying an artist. I like that line. Yeah, nah, man. But
no,
yeah,
I agree. Like,
that's why for me, I have no fear. I don't have no fear of GPT or AI because it's like you said, it's how you use it, and if you use it intelligently, it could help you a ton.
I got no fear for artificial intelligence.
I think having fear for artificial intelligence is what they want you to do. You know what I'm saying? But if you welcome it, you know what you're doing with it, then there's no really any fear. You know what I'm saying?
Like there's another tool you can use for your advantage, or you cannot use. You know what I mean? I kind of like talk about like AI and then also artificial intelligence, but also mixed with what's the difference between AI and CGI? That's the question.
I think I know one conversation. You know, it's funny. I heard you ever watch Quarter Crew? They're a CGI VFX specialists. They're all VFX people that work in the industry, and they talk about this conversation. They had this exact conversation, like, what's the difference between CGI and AI? And CGI, even though it's all computer generated, it's still been made by a human. Like a human had to build a model of the dinosaurs. You know what I mean? Like, let's take Jurassic Park for example.
Like we're comparing practical effects to CGI.
Well, there was
Then
CGI
what's the difference between CGI and AI, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you want to be a very traditionalist type person, you're gonna have to be against CGI. You know what I mean? Because there's like a lot of filmmakers even to this day, they are against CGI as well. Like even like Guillermo del Toro, like he's against using it and we can use practical effects.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So I'm not talking about like the very technical details. I'm talking about like the aspect of like what is it gonna replace? CGI replaced practical effects.
Essentially, yeah.
Now AI like is replacing like some sort of like computerized effects as well.
Like it's CGI.
Technically, AI could technically replace CGI, right?
Technically, yeah, it can. Well,
Maybe
it already has.
It's not quite to the sophistication level yet, but it could get there pretty fast.
Trying to see if I can get it scooted over here a little bit more, just so that way I can get you in frame.
Mhm.
A little bit. A little bit. That'll be good enough. I just move it up a little bit closer.
Or more to this side.
Yeah, I'm gonna move over to this side.
Yeah,
There we go. I'm gonna move back a little bit. There we go. You know, I highly agree, bro. I think for me, like when it comes to AI, bro, I know for one thing, a lot of people are. The one thing is very changing in AI is animation.
No, yeah.
That's the scarier part. Like if you're an animator, bro, or an
Yeah,
illustrator, then.
Okay, I will say this: AI will take some jobs away.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Okay, let me take that back.
Yeah.
AI might take some jobs away, but it's just gonna change the workflow of some jobs that are already out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it. Like it's gonna change your workflow, but the work is still gonna be needed. But like that's saying like AI cannot think for itself.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Somebody needs to go in there physically. A human has to put an idea into AI in order for AI to work.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
like the idea that AI is gonna, I'm just gonna replace all humans. Like, I mean, I always said that sounds stupid. Some people might think it's stupid. And like, well, AI has one weakness. Like, you just unplug it from the electricity and it's done.
Well, see, that's where people argue. Well, how long is it gonna take till AI figures out? Oh, you're just using me as a slave, and then rebels, bro, and then fucking next thing you know,
I'm like, bro,
finds out.
unplug it immediately once he finds out. Bam, bro.
Well, are you gonna be faster? Are you gonna be that fast, bro? Are you gonna be that fast to reach the plug?
Like, unplug it. Make a movie about that, bro.
Bro, they
That's
already
it.
did. It's called the fucking Terminator.
It's
called the Terminator, bro. They've been saying that since the 80s, bro.
But did they unplug it? Did they unplug the Terminator?
They found out once they found
Does it
out.
have an on and off button? Because it has an on and off.
No, they don't build it on and off. They don't build on and off buttons for these situations, bro. We're too advanced. We don't believe in analog. We believe that it has an emergency shutdown switch by itself.
Does it have like a voice command? Shut down, please.
Just been actually criticizing Terminator. We gotta watch that movie, bro. One of these days, we'll do a live. We gotta do a live reaction of that movie now. You just gave me an idea of what to do for the next stream, bro. Live reaction of the Terminator, bro. See how we feel about it. Nah, bro, cause
I've seen the Terminator. Pretty sure I have.
I've definitely seen. I have the second one on Blu-ray because it's one of my favorite ones.
Bro,
Everyone knows the second. Yeah.
Wait, what's his name?
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone has seen 1 and 2. Everyone knows more 2 because 2 is the more famous one. That's like
iconic. Which one's the iconic?
number 2 is the iconic one where like John Connor's a little kid. They have the big chase scene with the big truck and the motorcycle. They have the scene where like
was obsessed with Terminator and Star Wars.
Oh,
every
hell.
time I went to his house, he was one of the two was on. Like,
Hell
literally every single time, bro. And it was only episode 1 too, by the way.
Oh, so he didn't even.
He only liked episode 1. So every time I went to his house, like. And that thing was on, like, bro, come on. I've seen the movie so many damn times.
I like Terminator 2, man. It's just a good I prefer. So Terminator 1, it's kind of like the same dichotomy with Aliens, where the first one is more horror. Terminator, the first one was more like a horror, like a thriller, horror noir, like a cyber noir. And then the second one was more action. It was definitely a lot more action based in the movie. I prefer the second one because it's the more iconic one. You have the Bat Police guy. You have the T-1000 with like the liquid metal. It was one of the first movies to use CGI, so you use like the liquid effects and shit. You had the Hasta la Vista baby type shit, man. It's too iconic, bro. Love that. And it's the same guy, James Cameron, that did. I don't know what it is, but James Cameron has this thing where every time he makes a sequel, the sequel is better than the first one. Terminator, Aliens, like, bro. And then Avatar, a lot of people are saying Avatar 2 is better than the first Avatar, so shit. I still haven't seen Avatar 2 or 3, bro. I'm way behind, bro.
Yeah, I'm behind on that, too.
Yeah, man. I've been too busy with other stuff, brody. All right, let's switch over because let's do this one, the best films of 2025, and get a little bit debate, bro. And I'm going to switch yours real fast.
Oh, you want to switch?
Yeah. Just because that way I won't have to reach over and hunch over.
It's a type in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yes, sir. So we're going to do a little bit of a thing chat and have a little bit of discussion, bro, of like the best films of 2025, bro. And my list is a little bit all over the place, but I think it's going to be interesting, and I would like to hear your perspective and how you feel about it. I think it'll be a really fun conversation. So, and for me, I'm going from 5 to 1. So I'm going from top 5 film, like the least, to my number 1 favorite film of the year, where I'm super excited. Let me pull up my notes real fast. Homeboy's just playing around with that light. He's like, let me get my good side, bro. You fucking on my lighting this whole.
Yeah, there's no lighting on my side.
You fucking on my lighting on my end.
We have more countries than that.
So number 5. So I'm gonna put top 5 films of 2025. So chat, if you feel free to debate with me in the comments, bro. I'm down to listen. I'll have a letterbox, so this is my best way to chat with there. Bro, do you have a letterbox account? You don't have a letterbox. You gotta fix that, bro. You gotta fix that, Brody. There we go. Now we got both in the frame. So number 5, I'm gonna put The Running Man. That's mine. What would you put for your number 5 for film of the year?
I don't even know, bro. I just have to agree with your.
Just give me the answers.
Yeah, you just do yours, and I'll comment on your list.
I bet. So I picked number 5 is The Running Man. This one is from Edgar Wright. This film right here. This one right here. I freaking love this movie, watching it in theaters, bro. Because it's pretty much is Edgar Wright, so the same guy that did Baby Driver and did Last Night in Soho, especially from Hot Fuzz. It's pretty much him and his action-packed, action-based, like super fast style editing. So I always loved running Edgar Wright for that. So I knew coming in it was gonna be great. But apparently I didn't know this, bro. This was based off of a Stephen King story. It was based off a Stephen King story in the 80s, and they even made a Schwarzenegger movie of it. Like it was an old movie. But apparently, like I didn't know this until like doing some research about this movie. One thing I will say, I was surprised at how, even though it was a movie made in the 80s, how Edgar Wright was able to keep contemporary. Like I thought I was trying to go for something goofy, like a game show like a game show, and people have to fight to live. You know, that type of like Squid Games or Hunger Games vibe. And it does that a little bit, but it's not on the nose with it. It still has its own universe, its own world, its own class system of why people are into the games. You know, it's not just because, oh, I'm poor, I need to make money to just that. There is a whole very much diverse system of why people enter these games, who runs the games, who's this guy the host, which he's super funny, by the way, one of the best characters in the movie. And I say it too, a lot better than the 80s one. I mean, I haven't seen the 80s version, but it's even from what I've heard, it's a lot better than that. Even the year it says right here, 2019. But yeah, this one's on my number 5 list, just because again, it's just really awesome to see Edgar Wright just have that really good pacing on him. Like he's just nonstop, always something interesting always something interesting happening on the frame or on the screen, and never pulls your attention. There's never a dull moment. Again, I've always loved that style from Edgar Wright since Hot Fuzz, you know. Hot Fuzz, Scott Pilgrim, and Shaun of the Dead. Yeah. That's my favorite guy. So, yeah, no, I love this movie. This was a number 5 for me. Let me see. All right, number 4. This is the only animated movie that's ever been in a list, bro. The only one animated film, and I know what people are thinking, bro.
I already know.
And no, it is not K-pop Demon Hunter. Sorry, y'all.
Chainsaw Man.
Yeah.
Chainsaw Man over. You know, they could have said K-pop. They could have said Demon Slayer.
Yeah, but I put Chainsaw Man, Raise It R, bro, because here's my opinion, all right?
Demon Slayer got nominated.
Yeah, that's the crazy part, but why not Chainsaw Man, bro?
I think it's a popularity thing.
This the thing. It is. Listen, that's how I know people just love slop. This was so fucking good, bro. All right, I'm gonna go on a rant, bro. Why did they not nominate it? This was so good. It was a good self-contained story. The animation, it is so stylistic. It does not look like a shonen. Like, look at this. I love how they were able to translate all of Tatsuki Fujimoto's art from the manga to the animation. It looks so seamlessly good. Like, it fits so well with the energy. And like, bro, this is a shot from the movie, bro. You have a fucking guy riding a goddamn shark in the middle of a tornado, bro. It's so bonkers. And like I said, this is the manga art. Like, this is what the manga looks like. I'm trying to look for a manga panel. Give me a manga panel. Like, I want some from the official here. Like, this scene was so it's interesting too because it's hard to make a movie from a comic book, because where a movie your problem is pacing. It's hard to pace a comic book. It's all on the reader's head, right? But the movie figured out so well how to make this scene, just time it so well with like the music, the background, the firework goes off right after she kisses him. It's not during this scene, so it's really interesting the choice of pacing and the shots. And again, I love that they like look at this, bro. This is like, bro, 1-1. Let me see if I can get this. Like, bro, these are people that care. Like, I gotta give respect to the artists that they. I mean, full screen. No, not full screen this, but like make this bigger. And then this shot right here. Like, look at these two right here. Ah, damn it, I ain't trying to make a thing. Don't fail me, fucking Google. Oh my god. I feel like a boomer too into this. There we go. Oh well. Like, look at this. This is from the manga panel from the OG manga. And then this is the movie. They did their homework and they paid so much respect for it. And again, so much of these panels, like this one right here, one of my favorite fight scenes in this whole manga. I remember when this first came out, right around the summer of like 2019, 2020, 2021, around that era, and everyone was talking about Rize and the Bomb Girl, and everyone was just like fucking going crazy for her. And it's cool to see her in the live act, and it's cool to see her in animation, to see the actual fight scene move. The music was also great. Iris Out was really fun. Was a really fun music choice to have. So yeah, no, I enjoyed Riza art because the animation, the faithfulness to Tatsuki Fujimoto, not just his story but the art style. They were really committed to like making sure we matched the manga, not just in like the art style but also in the energy. Like, you see crazy images like this, like again, like Chainsaw Man just riding on a fucking shark, like riding on the shark boy. That's literally what they call him, Shark Boy. And again, there's some cool shots like right here. This was never in the manga. This was never in the comic strip. But this is cool because this one scene right here I really love. It's when, I won't spoil too much, but Rize finds out she is unlocked her, the audience finds out about Rize's dark past, who she really is, right? And this scene right here is where essentially somebody breaks her and reminds her, like, you cannot have a normal life. Because, in the beginning of the movie, this is her attitude the whole time. She's trying to be happy. She's trying to, like, live out working at a cafe. Just trying to go for that, like, lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? But then someone gives her the dark back of her demons. And it's this one shot right here. That it was never in the manga. But here, only in the animated movie, where you see her face, like, breaking down, is that one shot. And I'm like, the writers knew what they were doing in terms of, like, what character aspects to explore. This was, again, they never explored this much in the manga. The manga, it was more like, here's this cool girl, she's a bad girl, oh, here's a little love moment, now we get to fighting. Here's like, we want to break her. We want to give her a moment to really tell the audience we want to break her. And this was like that moment right there, bro. Like, this shot right there just speaks everything of like the eyes twitching and like all that in the rain. And she kills the person who gives her mind, who like reminds her of her backstory, but it's through a chokehold, and like she makes him suffer. And it's a very sick and twisted way of saying, like, you remind me of of the monster I used to be, so now I will give you a taste of that monster. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It was a really interesting time. All in no dialogue. It was just literally all you hear is like a girl. It's just her choking, and she sings in Russian. And I don't want to spoil too much, but again, this is one of my favorite shots of the film. This is one of the best. I'll say one of the best close-ups I've seen of a drawing. Like, again, it's a drawing, but I was like, so much like character was built into this, and like, again, a huge part of it is the build-up of this scene. But yeah, no, this was a cool shot. It was a very, very good shot. A good movie too. It's very good standalone. The one thing why I didn't put it so high on my list is because you have to watch the first season to get to understand what's going on. They they just throw you on there. And at least the filmmakers were honest in the first 20 minutes, the first 5 minutes of the movie. This is not for anyone to just jump on. You gotta like watch the first season of Chainsaw Man to know. I will give Demon Slayer. Well, Demon Slayer has a little bit of a recap in the beginning of the movie. Will tell you to catch you caught up. This one they don't really. They just said like 2 slides and then boom, you're in the Rize arc. So, That's why I didn't put it so high on my list, because it does have that baggage of you have to know who
You should
Denji
make like
is.
a separate list for animated film.
Should I? I just put like films that came out in general
A
2025.
lot of them came out. A lot of animated films came out this year.
There is a lot, but it wasn't like too crazy. Okay. I'll definitely think about that. I just wanted to. I was just thinking like putting them all in one list, but yeah, no, maybe, because I didn't really see a lot of animated films this year actually.
Oh, you didn't see Homeland?
No, I didn't even see Demon Slayer, bro.
Oh, you didn't see Demon Slayer?
I did not see Demon Slayer. I've only seen this movie, and then
Yeah.
K-pop Demon Hunters on Netflix. So
Yeah, but K-pop is not a movie, is it? Isn't it more like a series?
no, it's a movie.
Oh, it's a movie?
It's a movie. It's a 2-hour movie.
Oh, I didn't even know.
Yeah, it was a
I
2-hour
thought it was a
movie.
series.
Yeah, no, it's a movie.
I haven't seen K-pop.
It's pretty fun. I heard it's pretty good. I like it, but I didn't put it in my list just because. I mean, it's good, but for me, it's just not it for me. Good songs. It's just not my taste for me personally. So that's my number 4, and then, ooh, this one you already know. I want to hear number 3. Sinners, bro. I mean, what more can I say about this film that everyone hasn't said? One of the best modern day horror films to ever come out right now, bro. Like, what can I say? The cinematography for me is just so good at how it captures the dirtiness and grudginess of the South in the Jim Crow era. Like, you know what this kind of reminds me of now rewatching it, because I've rewatched some of these films again on HBO Max because they're already free to watch. And I really wanted to see, I wanted to rewatch it again for new eyes. This film, the kind of, world building it does for that style, it reminds me of No Country for Old Men.
Really?
Yeah, look at this. And I see the inspiration. No Country for Old Men. Oh, Brother, Where Art Thou? That would be a better example. Yeah, that would be a better example. I'm mixing up my Coen Brothers movies. But I love how these two movies, they focus on the South, right? Like that era of the early 1900s, like 1920s, 1910s of the South. And one thing I love about these movies is how dedicated to the bit they were. This one does it differently because even though it was shot on digital, they want to keep it that color tone of the South the same, right? So they made everything in a very warm yellowish tungsten throughout the whole film. And that was on purpose because that's how films back in the day. You had 2 black and white film stocks. You had a black one, a black and white one, and then you have a more orangey teal film stock. And that'd be because when film distributors were sending out to theaters, the film would get burned as you've been used. You know what I'm saying? So it'd be a bit of a yellow tint. But yeah, no, I love these 2 movies. But one thing I gotta give Sinners for, talking about building the world, they committed to the bit, especially the way we saw it, seeing it in IMAX 70mm. We were just that bougie. Is that it? Shooting it on IMAX, you're seeing the committed to the bit of the vintage feel, especially with shooting on film. I think it was really smart for Ryan Coogler to go on Kodak, the Kodak YouTube website, the Kodak YouTube channel, and say, hey, we shot this film on Kodak film because we chose this. And he was very earnest. And that kind of energy of earnestness that came from that film is spoken throughout the whole film. From Michael B. Jordan's performance, Haley Steinfeld, Seinfeld, to the music choices, man. The music is what really drove for me this film, man. That's what I love about this film is the music and the world building. And man, this is just one of the best films of the year for me. I think in 20 years from now, people are gonna look at this as this generation's Blade, because it holds up to that standard of, its place in black cinema. And again, it's true too. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. There's not many big budget black films. They're just not. We have Jordan Peele, but that's pretty much it for the last when did Get Out came out? Almost 10 years ago at this point. 2020.
10 years ago?
Yeah, 10, 16, 6. Let me see. No, Get Out. No, it can't be that old.
No, I don't think it was that old.
2015, 16. I don't know. I was in high school when it came out. Oh, okay, 2017. So what? We're in 2025. So barely almost 5 years, 6 years now.
8 years ago.
Yeah, almost 8 years ago, bro. That's crazy. So in 2 years, bro, it's gonna be 10 years old. This movie, and what came out of Get Out after then? Not much. I mean, we had like Us, but like not a big. But a lot of the you can tell like it was all like it was all financed by Jordan Peele. Like this was still Jordan Peele pushing it forward. But like Warner Brothers, like Sinners, this was a big budget one. This was Warner Brothers right here, man, and the love on it. But I love it. Just seeing that era. What do you think, bro? What do you think of Sinners now that it's been some time has passed and the hype kind of died down?
It's a good movie. Yeah, it's a really good movie. I like that. I like I'm trying to think what I like about that movie. I mean, pretty much everything was good about it. I don't think there was anything that I disliked. It's entertaining. He had a lot of different characters too. I think that's important. You know what I mean? It wasn't like all. He had a lot of contrast with the characters. Like they had like the Native Americans came in for a little bit. Remember that?
Yeah.
And then you have the zombies. Where are they? No,
vampires. Yeah, the Irish vampire. I like what you mean. Like there was a mix of cultures in there.
Yeah,
like you had the Irish vampires. You had the Asian girl.
Scene where like that crazy scene with like the wonder.
Yeah, where like all the music.
All the music plays in. I think that was the best part.
Yeah, that was a really good part. That was like sophisticated intrication of like for Ryan Coogler's part. I love that part. I like also what you said, like the diverse cast of characters. Like it wasn't just like, oh, here's body bag number 1, here's body bag number 2, and then here's Michael Jordan. Everybody had personality. Like you had Cornbread, the big dude. Yeah. You had the old man that played piano. That was like that played the piano. The drunk old man. I love him.
Yeah,
you had the witch girlfriend that was ex girlfriend of Stax.
You had the young guy too. Remember the young guy?
Oh yeah, Miles Canton's character. The main guy that sneaked out from his dad. Yeah, that was a cool character. The Asian one, that was crazy, bro. Yeah. That was I never thought in my head I would hear an Asian woman with a southern accent, but they exist. And then I watched a YouTube video about that. Yeah, there was a big population of Chinese Americans in the 1930s, and that's how a lot of them, like second, third generation of that of those immigrants, had that southern accent. I'm like, damn, I didn't know there was Asian people that spoke like that, boy.
Yeah, I've met a couple Asian people that have like very thick southern accent.
I never met one.
You never met one?
No, sir. This was my exposure. This movie was my exposure. See, this is why we gotta have films like Sinners, bro, because it exposed people like me that don't go outside much to more people of the cultures, bro. It gets me the culture. So like, shoot. Nah, that's why we need to have more movies like Sinners, bro. Now, a huge shout out to Ryan Coogler, man. I love Ryan Coogler. I know people are gonna bash me like, why are you putting number 3 if it's like we're talking so much positivity? I'll tell you why. Because there's 2 films hit me so close to home that I personally love, but we'll get to them when we get to them. Let me see, man. But yeah, no, I'm still surprised, bro. You hear about Rolling Stone? They made a top 100 films of the 20th century. They did not include Sinners in that. What else? Put in an honorable mention. I'm like, damn, bros. Like, fucking Rolling Stone. Like, I get being contrarian and you want to be like that guy that's different from the crowd, but like, you gotta learn to pick your battles. That's all I'm gonna say, bro. Learn to fucking pick your battles.
What was number 1? Do you remember?
I think it was one battle after another. Let me check to be sure.
Was it The Godfather?
No, base movies of the 21st century. Godfather of the 20th century.
Oh, I'm bad.
Rolling Stone, top 20 movies 2025. I think that was it. Oh yeah, let me see. Number 1. Yeah, this was the one that didn't include Sinners in there. Weapons. I like Weapons.
Frankenstein 19.
Yeah, I knew it. One battle after another. This was with Paul Thomas Anderson. I actually seen this movie. Yeah, and it was pretty good. It's Paul Thomas Anderson's first ever action movie. So, and it's good because it's the same guy that did Punch Drunk Love. I've seen Punch Drunk Love, Boogie Nights, and Magnolia. So I'm familiar with Paul Thomas Anderson and his work. It's not on my list personally because I found the story predictable. Like, it wasn't really interesting for me, the story. It was a little cool plot twist here and there, but it wasn't like, whoa, like it shocked me in the scream. It was cool to see it, but it wasn't me. Number 2, Hamnet. Number 3, Black Bag. Train Dreams. This one's cool. This one's about like the beginning of like a biopic of like the French New Wave. So any film nerds out here, it's on Netflix. Highly recommend it. It's just an accident. This one I really want to see. I want to see this one. No other choice. It's the Korean movie. It's from the same guy that directed Old Boy. This is his next film.
Okay.
So I really want to see that. It did Old Boy and Miss Vengeance. Why would you? This is the wrong title. It's Sympathy for Miss Vengeance. Not fucking idiots. Whatever. Sorry, baby. Barty Supreme. I heard a lot of good things about it, but I haven't seen it yet. And sentimental value. Huh.
Did you see? Like probably like getting off track. Did you see Tarantino's list of best movies?
Oh yeah.
I thought that was funny. I thought he had like some very like. Are you trolling us right now, bro?
No, I think it's just him, bro. I think it's just that
He's
person.
He's an interesting guy.
He is. No, he's just crashing out, bro. I feel like some of these movies he picked just to troll with people, but also he's crashing out.
No, like, yes.
Like,
the one Midnight in Paris. I was like, okay.
I like Midnight in Paris. The one is number one.
I get it, but like I'm talking about Tarantino.
Yeah, like Tarantino's always been that guy that he's weird. I feel like he's been weird on purpose. The one film, I think number one film was Black Hawk Down, which that one was a good one. I give him that. Like, okay, I didn't think he was into these kinds of movies. He was into these kinds of movies, like these war movies, you know.
I mean, makes sense.
I can see it, but this one's an exception. This one's a good one. Because I seen the movie, and it was actually really good. Like, it was directed by Ridley Scott. So, same guy that did The Martian, Alien, A Gladiator, same guy. So, this was coming already like, okay, the guy who made this was coming at it from actually making a film. You know what I mean? It didn't feel like it was just trying to get a bag out of the army. You know what I'm saying? Like, this was actually made like, hey, I want to tell a good story, a true story of these soldiers that happened in this area and all that. Yeah, no, this was his top movie, which, you know, I seen it and I liked it, so I respect Tarantino in that choice. But what were some other films that Tarantino's put? I want to roast his list for a little bit. Ranked his top 25 movies. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, here you go. I hate when they do this shit. What are some of his movies? Alright, here we go. Number 1, Black Hawk Down. Number 2, Toy Story 3. Okay.
I like that. I saw that.
I like Toy Story 3. That was like a good send off. They should have ended right there, and then they made a Toy Story 4, which now I'm like,
I never saw Toy Story 4.
I saw it with my sister, and now I mean it was fun watching it the first time, but now I rewatched it. I was like, what's the point of it?
Yeah.
Then what's the point of the story? That was the whole thing. What made 3 so special, because it was actually like the end. It was supposed to be like the end of generation for Pixar, because a lot of the old directors,
a
lot of the
had
old
a very sentimental like ending and everything.
Yeah, because the whole thing with the reason why Toy Story 3 was happened, and this is from the first director, I think it was John Lasseter. He was supposed to step down from the company. He wanted to go away from Pixar and say, hey, I want new heads to be in charge of Pixar. But then Disney bought Lucasfilm, and then they made Star Wars, and then this mind shit of the company where it's like, now we're gonna make everything for profit. So you know, here we are now. Lost in Translation is number 3. Okay, I like that movie. Dunkirk number 4. I love Dunkirk. There Will Be Blood. Brilliant choice. And the same guy that did number 1 for One Battle After Another. There's another classic movie from him. There Will Be Blood. Zodiac. That's a good one.
I think I have seen the Zodiac.
Yeah, that was a good one. I like this was I know this movie because it's David Fincher and it's Robert Downey Jr. It was like one of his like first roles. It was really cool. Unstoppable by Tony Scott. I think I've seen this one. I don't remember this one. Oh, it's with the train. Yeah, it's with Denzel Washington and the train where like the train can't be stopped or the train. So it's pretty much like Speed. You remember Speed with what's his face? Not Tom Cruise. The internet. No, Keanu Reeves.
Oh, Keanu Reeves.
With Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock, I think. Yeah, Sandra Bullock. It's basically that movie, but instead of it being a bus where if you stop it blows up, is now a train where if you stop the train will blow up. Okay. Yeah, I remember this. I haven't seen this movie in a long time, but yeah, that was an interesting choice. Ah, Jesus. Number 8, Mad Max Fury Road. I like that. Number 9, Shaun of the Dead. Number 10, Midnight in Paris. Okay, those are good movies. I respect them for those 10 movies.
Yeah, Midnight in Paris is not a bad movie. Didn't expect him to like.
I'm surprised to see Schoolhouse Rock in the list. Like, really? I didn't think Tarantino was a fan of Schoolhouse Rock. Now I can see that for sure. Literally right after number 10, the next movie, Battle Royale by Kenji Fukusaku. Oh, I can see that. Yeah, no, this is. Oh man. Okay, this is. I'm gonna go off track a little bit, but I'm so fucking glad that the Texas Theater re-released this movie in 4K, and I got to see this movie in the Texas Theater, bro. It is one of the fucking best Japanese action films of all time, bro. It is so fucking good. I love this movie, man. Like, what can I? Oh man, I can't put it in a list because it didn't came out. I'm not gonna put it. It's not a new movie, but if I could, I would put this as an honorable mention for films that came out in 2025 because this had a theatrical release for the 25th anniversary of this film, and I am blessed to see this movie on the 25th anniversary of this film in the Texas Theater. Shout out to the Texas Theater, because it is such well-made storytelling. This was made by a director in his 80s, and he was able to pump out this really good masterpiece of action. The story is basically in this Japan. A lot of delinquents are disrespecting, are going down to hell. They're not being, societal productive members of society. So what does the government do? Okay, we'll just do population control. We'll send the bad kids with low grades onto this island where they have to fight each other to survive. It's basically, this was the first movie. It was based off of a novel in Japan, and it's a cool story. The son was like 19, 20, and he was reading this novel, and the dad like noticed it, and it's like, hey, what's that novel about? Oh, it's about these kids and do this. And the dad's like, you know what? You just made me my movie. And the next thing you know, I love this. It's like, hey son, you know about this story more than me. Do you want to write a script for this movie? And he's like, and the son jumped into it, and he's like, yeah, sure. And yeah, it was a really cool story because the son wrote the script and got to be alongside with his dad to make this movie. But also, again, the value is it's like it was supposed to be his dad's last movie. This was Kenji Fukusaku's last film, and what a fucking way to end it off, because I know this movie was the movie of 2000s Japan. Like when you think of like early 2000s Japan, Japan, this is the movie right there. It is a one big up there, man. Like it's so good. Yeah, you follow the teacher's so fucking funny. This was made by comedian Pete Takeshi. Pete Takeshi is a very famous comedian even there in Japan, and he had a period where after his TV show, his comedy specials, right? In the 80s, he did a crime movies that paid homage to Kenji Fukusaku. Because another thing that Kenji Fukusaku did before he did Battle Royale, he's most well known for is his Battle Without Honor Humanity. It's basically a Yakuza trilogy. So essentially, it's like the Godfather for Yakuza movies. So if you ever want to see like what's the best Yakuza, like the best Yakuza movies, Battle Without Honor Humanity, all 5 films. 5 films. He directed all of them. That's what set his place with like Japanese Yakuza crime movies. He's the guy. And Pete Takeshi, the comedian, loved those movies so much he switched over from acting from comedy shows to doing these films. His first one, Violent Cop, and that's what made him like now like the 80s of like top bad guy crime movies. So it's cool to see that, and then like 20 years later, your idol says to you like, hey, can you act in my film? And Pete Takeshi, he gave it his all, man. Love this movie, man. Love this movie. Yeah, man. What do you like? You ever seen this movie, bro?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
You ever heard about this movie? Or this is your first time hearing about this movie?
No, I heard about it, yeah. I haven't seen it. I'll watch it.
Oh yeah, no, highly recommend it, man. I mean, just everything about this movie is just so good. I'm happy that Tarantino liked this movie. I mean, hell, fun fact: one of the students in this film was plays Yuki, the girl who fights Uma Thurman, or the bride in Kill Bill. She was one of the students on that. That's how Tarantino found her.
That's cool.
Yeah, Tarantino loves to play this kind of stuff. Man. So Sinners is my number 3 for best film. Now this one, number 2. Number 2, Frankenstein. For me, I said this earlier, I have a lot of sentimental value because it shows on screen and it shows through Del Toro's direction and his style. This was a passion project in the making. Like, he's been waiting to make this movie for like 20 years. You know what I mean? And it shows. So it's really cool to see Del Toro fighting so hard to get this movie been made since his youngin days, and all the get it made, and all the references that he made to other Frankenstein movies. You know what I mean? Like he made a twist to he had references to the Bride of Frankenstein, the '70s remake, and then the original Universal Monster Frankenstein. So it's cool to see Del Toro kind of come back and really make a very personal project, and to see his gothic visuals in a new level. Like it's now coming from a sense of earnestness, you know, and it's really cool to see his passions for this kind of stuff, man. But what do you think, bro?
No, I agree. That was a really good movie as well. Had nothing bad to say about it. Let me think. I mean, this is everything, bro. Like his sets were really nice. He built every set. Like he hardly used any green screen. So that's the coolest thing about that film. Like it's really like you said, it's a very passionate creation. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like they try to make the whole film as practical as possible. So it's almost like they did create like a whole like their own universe, and they had like it was just a different type of film. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, where something when it comes to like films that are already been made, and not just already been made, they also already been written basically. Like Frankenstein's been around forever,
Mm-hmm.
but for him to like put his own twist on it, and it doesn't feel like it feels real, you know. It doesn't feel cringy.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes when people can try to remake something, it's like, come on, man, like come up with something more original, right?
Right.
But with him, it was like it didn't feel like he forced it. It felt like he just like turned the camera a different angle. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like the camera's always been on the point of view of like Frankenstein and his creator, and then he kind of like he turned the camera around and like, well, let's look at this other version of it.
Right.
Which I thought was cool. You know, I thought that was like
the highlight.
The highlight. You know, I was like the whole film. Like he didn't. He told it his way. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, he told the movie how he wanted to tell, which I think was really good.
Mm-hmm.
It was very well written too, and very layered too. It has a lot of symbolism.
How,
It feels like I think I mentioned. It feels like it feels like literature turned into film done right.
right. Like there was more attention to like the original source material, and he didn't just like copied out like other films.
He didn't just make it about visuals. He made it about the story and about like the symbolism behind like every single decision that was made by the actors.
How do you? I think they did a really good job, especially the casting with like Mia Goth, Oscar Isaac, and just those two, and then the monster themselves. It just really helped bring that world to life. Out of curiosity, man, how do you feel about this particular Del Toro movie compared to his other films like Pan's Labyrinth, Nightmare Alley, or Shape of Water, or even his more action ones like Pacific Rim and Hellboy? Like, how would you rate this compared to some of his past works?
I think it's up there, like number one probably.
Number one.
Yeah, cause
like his magnum opus.
It's hard to say because he's a filmmaker who never like cuts into corners. So like whatever he makes, he always tries to make it like top level. But I feel like for my recent viewing of his films, like this is definitely one of the better ones. But all his films are good though. I can't say like another.
Yeah, no.
I cannot think of one Guillermo del Toro film that's not like good. You know what I mean? Like for what he is presenting, like he does a very good job of it. Because a lot of people like they'll try to present like this type of genre, but it comes off as too like gory, vision. You know, like trying to be like more monster. I don't know, like what's it called? What is it called whenever you do like monster films? Creature film.
Try to do like
a
creature film.
It doesn't feel like a creature film. But that's Guillermo's thing. You know what I mean?
Guillermo,
He wants to make creature films that make you feel some type of way about the creature other than like, oh, this is a roach. Let me just step on it. You know what I mean?
Right, like it doesn't feel like a
he wants
threat.
to put feelings. He wants to get into your feelings, and then like put him into like the what he created. Like I'm gonna make a monster, or you're gonna like him at the end of the film.
I can see that. Yeah, that's always been his style. Is that all them like he'll design a creature or something that's
But
so
it's not
disgusting.
Like, other films like they do the opposite. Like I'll make a monster, or you're gonna have nightmares about this monster.
Right.
Like that's why it's something that I don't feel like he does have a horror background, but it's not like your traditional like let me jump scare you, like let me like give you
nightmares, or
you
let
know,
me
like
make the audience uncomfortable.
Let me make you think in a different way. You know what I mean? And he does it very well without forcing it, without being cringy, and without being like very like in your face about it. You know what I mean? He's super subtle about it, almost to the point where you don't even know how he feels about his own characters. I think that was important. Like I don't know how Guillermo how watching the film, I could not be able to tell how. I can't tell like who he's rooting for. You know what I mean? He's just presenting everything very subjectively. You decide how you feel about it. Which I feel like that's always been Guillermo. He always does that.
I could believe so. Yeah, he's always had a thing for, he always had a thing for like having sentiment and building emotional connection of the audience to the most inhuman things, and that the humans are the more monsters. Like he would question like, hey, this guy, this 8-foot creature, he looks atrocious. He's unlikable. But what about the humans on this side? Well, these humans, this guy just raped his wife, beats his child. So who's really the monster?
Shape of Water was really good, and Frankenstein. But I think those were my top two.
My top two. I would say Frankenstein for sure because, like I said, is that earnestness of the passion that you see through from his directing. Again, from the behind the scenes that Netflix has dropped for the past month to on film, you can sense the passion and love for this story. Like it wasn't just I want to make this movie just cause. Like no, this is the movie that his career has been building up. Hell, I remember when Conan O'Brien went to his house like years ago, bro, and he has that big bust of Frankenstein's head. So he's always been, Frankenstein, and this was, and I can see why, because it was the first movie that he ever watched where that's what helped him build that style. Ah, damn. Oh well. That helped him build that style of like, oh, the monster is more human. Because in the OG Frankenstein movie, again, it's just like the OG Frankenstein movie, is the monster's misunderstood and the villagers had killed a monster for no reason. So it's a very sentimental film for them. For in that case, I think my top two would have to be, for me, it would have to be this movie Frankenstein and Hellboy. Because Hellboy did a really good job of putting that emphasis on a monster, but he also, like, what I loved about Hellboy for me is like that he had a little bit more of that funny character. Before that Marvel thing of like, oh, this, he was more of a blue working collar like monster hunter. Like he just went monster hunting not because it was the right thing to do, because like, oh, I have a job and that my dad owns a company, so like, I like that aspect of Hellboy, and I just think like the character writing on Hellboy was just so unique because it was no comic book hero like him. You know what I mean? Where he's not trying to be a superhero because it's the right thing to do, or like I'll get his lick back at the world or something like that. No, this was his creature was a more like a working guy, and he's just trying to do his thing so that way he can get by. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he also is like, hey, I also have feelings too. I have desires. Hence why I have the background of Hellboy and as my desktop background. That's how much I love this character Hellboy, and I love the movie so much. So yeah, no, here you go, chat. Love Hellboy, every minute of it. Let me close this off. But yeah, man, I would say like I'm very happy for Del Toro to see this movie. Hopefully, I think it might win for best drama. We'll see, bro, because you can tell that this was like, from the set design, like you said, the fact that Del Toro went so far to build everything on set, the fact that Del Toro had spent years in preparation with Oscar Isaac and Mia Goth on like making this movie reality, and just the amount of just every single small decision that Del Toro made to make this film possible is just nothing but commendable on his part. And it just shows the true filmmakers. Like when a filmmaker is put in doing what he loves, man, it's just the love comes through. You know what I'm saying? Like the love is reflected on the screen. The energy is on the screen. Ooh, right. That's my number. That's our number 2 pick.
That's your number 2
No,
pick.
my number 2 pick. That's my number 2
Trying to
pick.
put words in my mouth.
Yeah, you can knock some down, bro. Well, I'm down for it. I'm up all night. Number 1, bro. Number 1. You know, yeah, people are a little bit excited, bro. I don't know how to type, bro. It's fucking hard because my hands are like fucking this. Superman. From James Gunn, bro. This was... What the hell? This was it, bro. This was the movie that, to me, it takes the kick of the year, bro. I've seen this movie 4 times in the movie theater, man. And recently again in HBO Max. And the biggest thing for me of why I love this film so much, and I'll talk more of the importance because why this was the movie that DC needed. But for me, this is the movie that the world needed right now, man. My main thing is because of how in this movie, James Gunn was able to make a most impossible task of bringing hope back to the audience. Like, bringing hope and heartfelt back into the audience. This is a very impossible task to have an audience be inspired to do something good. And so, watching Superman, this film made me feel like I want to be not just be a good version of myself. You know what I mean? And the reason why I said it is because a lot of it for me is the acting. The biggest thing for me is the acting in this film. David Cornsweet and Lex Luthor, everyone in this film gave it their most A game, man, and just really, I can't just help but cannot deny how David Cornsweet practically embodied the new Superman. My biggest thing for me is all these small touches that he's done. So I rewatched Superman, right, in preparation for this stream, and there are a couple little things that I've caught with Superman for this acting. The biggest one for me is when in the beginning of the movie, you remember how Lois Lane and Clark Kent talked about why did Superman get involved in politics? Why did you go to this foreign nation that the U.S. had no business in, and you went against with Algeria or Burma or their made-up country, right? Why did you get involved with this other nation's land? And Superman tried to come up with like personal answers, like some professional answers, right? And as Lois Lane questions him, he starts to get ticked off a little bit. And for me, the biggest thing I noticed, my favorite part was, he just screams at Lois, "People are going to die." Like, that was the breaking point. That he just screams at her, "People are going to die." And it was rewatching that scene, bro, and seeing those things like that is where I noticed James Gunn understands Superman. That Superman is supposed to be like the embodiment of hopefulness and doing what's right for people. And again, this is like a character trait in Superman where Superman is that person that would be angry because he cannot save just one more life. I'll say this, bro. If this was Zack Snyder's Superman, bro, he, like Henry Cavill, he'll just sit in the corner, bro, and just be like, "I have to save everybody, but I can't save everyone." And just sits in the corner and just fucking like mopes. This Superman, when I saw that and seeing more of this is a Superman that was willing to go through Earth and tear everything down to save that one life. And that's just when I noticed, like, okay. And then I saw it again with him saving the squirrel when the kaiju scene. First he saves the dog from being stepped on from the big monster. And then the second time was when the tail was about to hit the cars, he saves the little squirrel, right? So that was nothing like, dang, this one. But again, we all know the best scene in this movie, at least for me, bro, was that iconic speech, bro, where he yells at Lex Luthor that I am just as human as anybody. I get scared, and I wake up every morning not knowing what to do, but I put my best foot forward and make the best decision I can today. And this is the line I love where Superman says, and that is what being human is. And someday I hope that you will learn that same thing, Luthor. I hope someday you learn that, Luthor. And that Luthor with his arrogance, bro, fucking just screams at him like, "You stupid alien, you don't know nothing." And fucking Crypto comes out of the fucking jump scare moment, bro. Fucking drags him like a police dog, bro. That scene was just so iconic. But the reason why I pulled those 3 scenes up for me is because those are someone that understands a level of Superman writing that no filmmaker, what many people said it was impossible to do. So many people say you cannot adapt Superman. Superman's unrelatable. Superman is too much of a god. Superman is just, you can't make Superman, or you can't make Superman understandable. James Gunn proved everybody wrong. That you can make him not just a god, because that wasn't Superman what he was supposed to be. Superman was always supposed to be the best version of man and what normal people should look up to be. Like, that should be the standard. You know what I'm saying? That's just my personal opinion. And again, and another big thing what I love about this movie, this was the movie that DC needed. Coming out of the ashes of the DCEU with like the Flash and Aquaman and fucking Blue Beetle, how those bombs. And it was impressive to me how James Gunn was able to take that pressure, like he's now the president of DC Studios and has to make a movie that has to essentially save the studio and say, hey, DC is still a valuable property. Here's what we can do, right? So I can't imagine that kind of pressure he's into, man, trying to direct this and write this movie, man, and direct it, but somehow, man, this man has a mind of steel, bro, and still made it such good as it is, man. You know what I mean?
It was a good movie. It's a more easily digestible movie than Frankenstein.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think that's more. I like that more than Frankenstein. I mean, if you want to get very like deep and philosophical, like Frankenstein, I think it's more full of philosophical points.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Superman was, like you said, was more like your. How do you say? Like it's a film that just is very well made. You know what I mean? Like as far as like how you feel about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because from very beginning to end, like. Well, it's a different thing, you know.
It's a whole different thing.
It's a hero film.
Exactly.
What I mean? So like, you already know that the hero is gonna like come on top at the very end of the film somehow, some way. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But even though you already know that, I feel like the movie did a really good job of like keeping your attention till the very end. It wasn't like just a dead giveaway, like, oh, he's gonna do this, and that, he's gonna win. But it's also like I feel like the supporting role is also super important in Superman.
Oh yeah.
Like if you didn't have like those supporting roles, especially the dog.
Oh dude.
Then I feel like this film could have easily like not been top. You know, I feel the acting was really good. That everything was very believable.
Oh yeah. I was surprised too, because I remember when they first announced about Crypto, when they first announced him, like when James Gunn made I think it was like an Instagram
It wasn't
post.
a real dog, right?
It was all CGI. It was all
crazy.
CGI, which is crazy. But I remember when James Gunn announced that it was gonna be Crypto was gonna be in the movie. My first reaction was, "Oh fuck, dude!" Like it was not gonna be taken serious. Like I thought he was going way too much on the goofy side. But then he dropped the trailers and we dropped the footage, and I was still hesitant because I was like, But then James Gunn did a really good comment where someone commented that I think it was CinemaCon or one of the press junkets or something. Why did you add Crypto onto this movie?
Because he's a dog. Everybody loves dogs.
That's exactly what it is. If you want to make Superman relatable, Superman's always been relatable. You know, Superman has had Crypto. It's just we just know as Crypto as the cartoons. We never had a Crypto in a live action.
Yeah.
So that's why I put Crypto, because Superman, like all of us, have a pet and we take our pets seriously. We take care of our pets.
It just shows how you treat it. I mean, the whole film was like how you treat animals is a reflection of how you treat yourself and other people.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that was what it was all about when it comes. It's all about. I feel like what makes a good film is like, do they use literature elements?
Mm-hmm.
And Frankenstein, they use very high level stuff like that. Like they went deep. And then Superman, even though they don't go as deep, they still like have a repetitive like idea like repeatedly like show throughout the whole film.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, with Superman, it was like you said, like he's saving something. He's showing that he's a human being basically, with the way he responds to interviews, the way he wants to save like animals, and most people would, like, you run him over like on the street, like, oh whatever, run over an animal.
Right.
You know, like it's almost annoying. You know what I mean? Like as a human, like, you get annoyed by it. Like, bro, like, why do you care so much about all these people?
Mhm.
You know, and then there's that kind of like the opposite of Frankenstein, like where you misunderstand somebody because they're so different from you, but in a very physical way.
Right.
But when him is like you misunderstand them because you just like you're not that person. You know what I mean? Since you're not them, you'll never understand like why they do the things that they do.
I guess that's
And
fair. I
feel
didn't think about it like that.
That was the way that I kind of thought, like, man, like almost like, but it makes sense though. It makes sense because you need to have that crazy contrast between Superman and then Lex Luthor,
I
where
thought
like
that-
it's just like insanely contrast. You're so fucking annoying because you're so good, and you're so fucking annoying because you're so obsessed with yourself. You know what I mean? So you have a guy who's obsessed with humans, and like saving them, and nobody cares about him. But then you have another guy who's obsessed with like
his business,
and
himself, and his self-interest.
yeah, himself, whatever. Like I would like some sort of artificial intelligence
Mhm.
that he wants to create like this robot that can destroy Superman. So he just create like something that can destroy him, or just like find a way to say, oh no, he's a bad person. You know what I mean? So you have two like contrast ideas that kind of go at each other, which is like it's good because that's why I think the acting was really good in this film. Like I've never, I really felt like even like there was a point where like you almost dislike Superman, but then Lex Luthor comes in and you're like, nah, man, f this guy. Like if we have two options between two people, between Superman and then Lex, let's keep Superman every single time.
Honestly, like Superman.
But it's funny though because it's the mind game that he plays in the whole film.
Mhm.
Like in the whole film, like Lex makes Superman look like he's the bad guy. To the point like the masses started seeing him. Oh no, he's the bad guy. He's the bad guy. Look,
Right.
he's the bad guy. You know what I mean? So it's almost like he.
But you see how
he's playing with like the mass mentality. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But in such a weird, different type of way, the way he presents characters, and then the way he presents like the good character and then the bad character, because then you get the contrast, and when you get the contrast, it balances out the whole film.
Right.
So you don't dislike him this guy, or you're it's just like okay, it's a balanced film now.
Yeah, exactly.
And
I see
then
what you're coming
I
from.
think again, back to the dog.
Yeah.
You had the dog, and it's just like that's a cherry on top. Like there's no way. Like yeah, this is probably one of the better films of the year, for sure.
Mhm.
Because it has so many good elements that are like more, like you said, like it's more of a film that more people want to see during times that are more like chaotic, like nowadays.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was like my biggest fear with this film was how political they were gonna get and how in your face they were gonna be about it. And I almost didn't want to watch it because I feel like, man, they're gonna be in your face. It's gonna be so like annoying.
Mhm.
But they did a good enough job that it wasn't annoying. There were moments where I was like, get it, like I get like you're a filmmaker, so you want to like present your political ideas in a very subtle way.
Mhm.
But they didn't overdo it. You know what I mean? And they still kept the main focus on the film and the story, not like let me put in my political commentary through like a film that is very subtly. But you know,
Right.
some filmmakers are not very subtle about it. Like they'll be like, in your face, in your face. Like
Yeah,
that's
like
what I
here's
hate.
my point of view. Here's my
Yeah,
perspective.
which like that's fine, but why don't you make a documentary instead of a freaking
Instead of
fictional
wasting
film,
like,
you know
exactly
what I mean?
feature film and wasting everybody's time, like put in your own work.
Say it in your own words, like be bold about it, like show your face, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
But this film didn't do that. They did a really good job of like they did a good job of like you still kind of put in like your which is good, nothing against that, for your First Amendment right, but you didn't do it over the top that people are like who are against it or like just don't like what you're saying. They're gonna shut off. They're gonna
Right.
continue to watch it because you expanded on a universal idea rather than like this idea that like this person's evil, this person's like not evil.
Mhm.
Like no, they expanded on the universal idea that like in order for the world to work, there has to be a balance of like good and evil, but ultimately you do want the good to overcome the evil because
It's just it is what the
Yeah.
audience will always wanted to root for. Is the audience wants to root for the villain to get their lick back. Or
yeah,
their
pretty
kickback.
much.
I think another thing too, and it kind of go back to your point a little bit with what like how Superman was able, how Lex Luthor was able to trick the audiences and like everybody in the world and the masses of how Superman is really evil and like how his parents are really set him to be a doomsday device. I think that's what I love about the side characters here, like with the Justice Gang, is because if it weren't for Justice Gang, they added such a good flavor of like they know the truth, they know especially with Lois Lane. Which I gotta give command to Lois. Never once has there been an active Lois Lane like what we have now. Like all the past Lois Lanes that we've had, I'm just gonna say it, they're just there to look good in Superman's arms. That's it. From the original, maybe you have Smallville that had a little bit different,
yeah.
but you know it's still like she had some recognize. This was a bold in your face like reporter. Like she was there and she knew the truth. She was gonna find the truth and tell the truth to the public. And I'm glad that she's Rachel Bronston, which I loved her in The Marvelous Miss Maisel. I saw her on Amazon a couple years ago. I think I only seen the first 2 seasons of The Marvelous Miss Maisel. She was so funny. She's so good. I love her. But she was such a Lois Lane, and I love how she got involved with like the Justice Gang, especially with like Mr. Terrific. Was super cool to see that. It was cool to see Super Terrific and just how the Justice Gang they know Superman, and it kind of shows like yeah you can trick the audiences, like people can tell what they want, but the real ones know like the real people know this is not Superman. Superman would never send, and that's what led Mr. Terrific to like let me investigate this. If he really would have fought for the masses and believe it, he would be like nope, we're not gonna touch this government property, you know. So that's what I love is that they're active characters. They're not just there for background to be like, oh, we're the Justice Gang and just look cool. Like, hey, I did the Justice League movie like y'all wanted. No, they have an active role in there. And the same with Hawk Girl and everything. I thought that also the Green Lantern in that world, Guy Gardner, was really funny. I thought it was a really good twist of like, oh, everybody knows, you know, Green Lantern, you know, Hal Jordan or John Jones, the Black Green Lantern from the cartoons. So they bring on this new Green Lantern, which is just a really in-your-face prick asshole. I thought that was a really nice twist of like kind of playing around with that. And he's a comic book character too. You know, like I said, I think this movie, I have nothing but utmost respect for James Gunn. And again, the biggest thing for me is that amount of pressure that James Gunn had. Because I can't imagine like having to go to the stockholders of DC and like being like, hey, we need you to make a Superman movie. Not just because it's good, but we need you to save this fucking franchise. Like, Zack Snyder run the DCU to the ground. You're in charge of fixing it. Like, can you imagine that pressure, bro? Like, you gotta make sure this movie's good and it's gonna be the box office smash hit. Like, dog.
How did it do with like the critics?
The critics gave it really good. This was the highest rated Superman movie. Like, I could like
look it up, see how it did with the critics.
Let's go with like Rotten Tomatoes.
I like IMDb. Anything above 7.5 is good.
It got an 83 Rotten Tomatoes. Audience score 90.
That makes sense, yeah.
Everybody loved it. This was the highest rated Superman movie since the first one with Christopher Reeve. So it shows like the amount of love. But yeah, like IMDb 7.1 out of 10.
Damn, 7.1? I thought it was scoring higher than that.
Yeah, nah, man, it was interesting. I always felt like IMDb, their critics are a little bit more artistic. They're a little bit more. They're more attentive to more of like the indie darlings or like the art house films, right? They're more into that tune. Here they see a Superman, they just see it's a big budget. It's just a comic book hero movie. It's pretty good. 7.1. There you go. I enjoyed it. My kid enjoyed it, so there you go. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
Not there's anything wrong with it. Again, everyone approaches their films differently, right? I'm not gonna bash on no IMDb critic. This is something I've noticed for a long time, and I've always called them out. Is this, hey, they have more attentive to the art house, independent, and like the more established director scene than they do with like superhero movies or like with the masses. Which, you know, ain't nothing wrong with it. It just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I think like again, 83%. That's the biggest thing I look for is the audience score. What are the masses audience saying? 90% is really good, really fucking good. So I really enjoy. Interesting. I really enjoy Superman, man. I think this was a great film. I'm super excited for Supergirl. I thought that was an interesting follow-up. Like, instead of doing a Superman 2, James Gunn decided, no, we're going to do Supergirl. That's the next film following up after Superman. It's Supergirl. And it's interesting, too, because a little bit of knowledge. This movie, Supergirl movie, is going to be based off a comic series that came out only a couple years ago. Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. And this was a really good Supergirl comic that I'll show you how good it is, bro. I have a classmate in college. She wants to be a writer. She's a huge writer. She's one of the best writers out there. Like she is super intelligent in story crafting and storytelling and structure, right? She reads novels. She's a huge literature person. She reads books. She never once read a comic book. And this book came out and I read this book, man, and I was a huge fan of this book. I said, you know, we'll call her Leslie. Keep her name anonymous. Leslie, you know, we were friends, and we're still friends to this day, but I was like, you have to read this comic. I would try to get her into comic book because my theory is like, hey, most people aren't reading literature anymore. Most people are reading comic books now, but there are good writers in comics. There are genuine people out there that are writing comic books that giving it to that literature sense, right? And she's always like, you know, she's never been into comic books. But then one day, I read this book, and it was so, I was so well done. I literally just gave the book to her. I said, Leslie, fuck. I said, Leslie, you gotta read this book, and you gotta just give this book a shot. I promise you, you're gonna enjoy it. This is the only Supergirl. If you never read a Supergirl book, you never read any DC books, at least read this one book for me. She read the book, and I think about a couple weeks later, she texted me, Alex, are there any more books like this? Is there more from this universe? This is one of the best comic books I've ever read. This is one of the best stories I've read this year. And it's from that point on, it's crazy. A year later, that's when James Gunn announced his whole lineup of superhero movies. He announced that we're going to adapt Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. So it's crazy how things kind of line up, bro. But this book, and this is my recommendation to the audiences, if you had never read any Supergirl story, this is the one you should read. This is the one that James Gunn and I have nothing but utmost respect for James Gunn because I've read it and it's one of the best, I'd say the best superhero story ever made in history. Like there's so much level to this. To give you a brief rundown what it's about without spoiling, Supergirl is pretty much, you ever seen True Grit? So it's pretty much True Grit with Supergirl. Lonely alien girl outside a planet hires Supergirl. This is during Supergirl's first year, so she's not established yet as like Earth's savior, right? She hires Supergirl to find the murderer of her parents in this Western scene, and I will go from there. It goes to such deep levels from there, but it's so interesting to put Supergirl in like a Western themed setting. So that's where they're going off. And again, I love about this is the art. I mean, one of my favorite shots is this one right here. Supergirl in bleeding. I can't tell you more details about this. It's just iconic. And this one right here is just another great one for me. It's just, this is someone that knew. Tom King knows how to write a fucking good stories. And this was a Tom King masterpiece. So yeah, no, this is what the movie's going to be based about. So if you want a heads up of like what's Supergirl going to be about, just read this story and you'll get a good idea. Essentially, it's a Western. It's going to be in a Western, it's going to be heavily Western inspired. Oh, neo-Western is what they're calling it. Neo-Western. And yeah, no. So I'm very excited for this movie. And like I said, I think this year has been a really good year for movies, man. For me personally, I've had a really good time with movies. Especially the top, those three in particular, just because there's a huge magic going on in the movies. And even though there's a lot of things going on in the industry right now with Netflix buying Warner Brothers, right? I still haven't believed that the magic of movies will still continue to live on. They'll just have to adapt. But people will want to reach for, if they want a good story, they'll go to world's ends to get a good story. You know what I mean? So I don't think the theater scene is dying. But yeah, nah, man. Those are my top 5 films of the year, man. Award season's right around the corner. The Golden Globes just dropped their list. I hope that Frankenstein and Sinners get the recognition they deserve. I hope Superman gets the recognition it deserves. I'm pissed off that Chainsaw Man didn't get nominated, but it is what it is. What about you, man? You got any words, questions, comments, concerns, refunds? Refunds on your 2 hours?
Nah, not really. I mean, I agree with like your list. I think they're all good films. I think Frankenstein, like, on the long term, will probably be remembered most. Superman's good, but like I think Frankenstein will be like the 10 years from now, people will probably still be talking about it.
I can see that,
maybe
yeah.
20 years from now.
I can see that. I can see that.
It's been a good year for films, but it just hasn't been a good year for how do you say, like, I just feel like not a lot of people went to go see a lot of films this year.
Like theaters.
Yeah.
It's been a good year for good movies that come out, but it's not been a year for like theater experience.
Yeah, people got, because I remember like we watched like together a lot of these films.
Yeah.
And like I remember like Sinners was probably the one that had the most people, and it still wasn't like packed.
It was packed. I remember it was like big. We bumped into like how many 3-4 familiar faces that recognized us, like Ross.
Ross was there. Somewhere?
Yeah, I remember. We went IHOP afterwards.
Oh yeah, now I remember.
Yeah, Ross was there.
IHOP, yeah.
Yeah, we went to IHOP afterwards, and y'all told me a story, and you had this whole thing where it's like, oh, look at this 25-year-old knowing about how to talk to. We had some chicken and waffles, bro. Shit was good, bro. I remember the chicken and waffles at IHOP was fucking nasty, bro. Shit
really?
was nasty.
I always eat a burger.
You ate her burger, man. I
never risk it. Like I ain't gonna risk it.
Man, nah. My thing with IHOP is like, it's not that they're bad. The chicken and waffles are right, bro. It's just they're bougie, bro. They be charging hella, bro. They be charging hella. Excuse me. They be charging hella, but we know you're making the same waffle batter as the one in Waffle House. Y'all use the same batter. So why are you charging fucking $26 for two chicken tenders and a waffle? I can go to freaking Big Mama's Chicken for like $6 and I get a bigger deal than that. And they gave me 2 gigantic mambo, man. But yeah, nah, man. I think Sinners was the one that was packed. Frankenstein, I remember it was the most emptiest.
Yeah.
It was the most emptiest. Not really many people came out to see Frankenstein, which is crazy because I remember the hype on the internet being real. It is. Superman was second hype because it was still riding off that DC hype wave of like, oh, it's based off a comic, so you know it's still riding off that high. But yeah, no, the Sinners was the one that I would say was most packed.
We saw a bunch of films.
We saw Mission Impossible. We saw the new Mission Impossible
Mission
one.
Impossible was good. It was good. It wasn't bad.
You want to type that? I'll put some honorable mentions.
Yeah, all the movies we saw.
All movies we saw. Sure, we'll put that. All movies we saw.
Mission Impossible. That was alright. Friggin'
Mission Impossible.
What's his name? Tom Cruise.
Oh yeah, I was still surprised that Warner Brothers.
He never ages. He always looked exactly the same. He looked a little bit older.
You see the cheekbones a little bit now. I think the Scientologist catching up to him, bro. That makeup, it ain't going in, bro.
Yeah,
it's like,
catching up to him a little bit.
So it's like fun, bro. Why he keep acting like he's the action man, bro? If I was Tom Cruise with my power, I'd make my own A24, bro. I'm like, fuck it. Jordan Peele got Blumhouse, and you got freaking this guy just doing A20. You know what? I'm gonna do Cruise Pictures, bro, or something like that. Cruise Pictures. I'm the next movie producer now.
You know what movie I saw? The Tom Sawyer movie. I saw that film.
Tom Sawyer.
Yeah, that's the name of the. Yeah, it's such a weird film, bro.
The Tom Sawyer movie. Let me check it out.
I saw that like maybe like 2 or 3 days ago.
This one? 2025.
No, it was not new. It's not new. It's an old one.
Oh, okay. You remember how old it is by chance?
But it's not even it's not. It's like a. Have you seen like the adult swim shows?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that kind of weird film.
Oh, so it's like a.
It's supposed to be a kids film, but it's not. Like, bro, this is not.
Oh, so it's like one of those like.
They look like it's like what's it called, like motion stop, but like they make it with like a clay looking.
Oh my God, no! I think I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Claymation. I know which one you're talking about. I think I've seen it. It's a '90s movie. Claymotion, Tom Sawyer. No, I think I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that weird.
The Adventures of Mark Twain. This one right here, right?
No, wait. Yeah, that one.
Dude, that shit was weird, dude.
That was such a weird film.
Dude, that shit. I remember when I've seen this movie back. They showed this shit back in elementary, bro. And that shit taunted me because this motherfucker right here was fucking Satan, bro.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck is up with y'all, man?
And it popped up like randomly on YouTube, but it was good enough that it caught my attention. And I was like, man, what the hell am I watching?
Yeah, no, The Adventures of Mark Twain.
The Adventures of Mark Twain. I got the wrong name all wrong.
I mean, it's the same author. Like Mark Twain wrote Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer. So yeah, you're around
in
there.
The ballpark.
You're in the park. Yeah. It's a weird movie, man. Like it's. I think another thing too I noticed is a lot of kids film in the '80s. They would go out of like, oh, we weren't gonna scare the shit out of kids. I think they were like, oh, how can we scare the shit out of our kids in the 80s?
Traumatize them?
Yeah, let's have Satan pop up in the middle of our film. Oh, let's have let's see. I'm trying to remember like other scary moments in the 80s, like oh god, you ever seen The Secret of Nim? That shit was so. It's such a good movie. It is. It's a 80s. Oh, Don Bluth, The Land Before Time. How they killed fucking that little dinosaur's mom so brutally too. Oh my god, you never seen that? I love those movies. Don Bluth was a ex Disney animator that made his own studios, and he did a lot of really cool movies that were iconic of the 80s. Like when you think of 80s animation, like big, like you talk to someone that grew up in the 80s and you mentioned these movies like Don Bluth, Secret of Nim, or The Great Mouse Detective, or An American Tale, they'll be like, oh my god, you'll unlock a lot of a lot of Gen Z's heads.
It's not Gen Z.
Yeah, Gen Z. No, Gen Alpha. No.
Boomers.
No, not boomers. I'm not that disrespectful. Kids born in the 80s. I'll look at it later. Basically, Gen Xers. There it is.
Yeah,
You'll unlock a lot of Gen Xers heads. This was a
Gen
good
Z.
movie right here. This was a good movie right here. This is called The Secret of Nim.
Oh yeah, that's in. I thought I was imagining something completely different.
This was such a good fucking movie, man. I loved it. And bro, it's scary too, because this fucking wizard is freaking traumatizing Al. Like, bro, and they showed the scene where they got the rats being experimented. Like, you get the needle like jagged in their freaking chest and shit, bro. Like, this whole world is like, these rats are like unlock science within like alchemy and like science and magic together. Like, they found the link. It's so whoa. Like, it's so out there. Like, it built this world. Honestly, bro, I'm not gonna lie. You know what I think, bro? I think this movie could make a really good video game. Like a really good Final Fantasy-esque video game of like just like magic build, or like Expedition 33 level. I think this would be a really good game. Like, it has that layer of maturity where it's about, I even remember, like, it's about her, the mom. Her son is sick with an unknown disease, so she tries to find doctors. Doctors couldn't help. And then she just said, okay, I'm desperate, so I'm going to go to the world of magic and find, and there's this crazy scenes where she would burn her hands to get to this amulet, because this amulet is what's going to help her guide her journey, and the amulet is stuck in lava, so there's this brutal scene where she just digs her hand in lava and it burns her hands. And the rest of the film, like, her hands are just scarred with, like, oh my god, it's brutal, bro. For a kids movie, it's brutal. But again, this is all because she's a mom that just wants to see her child live, because they say it's an unknown disease, but a lot of movie analysts disguise and say this is an allegory for cancer. Like, she is a mom desperate to find something, you know? They don't say in the movie that he might die, but it's heavily suggested, like, oh, he may not make it.
No spoilers,
Yeah, no spoilers. Spoilers for a 40-year-old movie, y'all. My bad.
No spoilers, please.
It's a good movie. This one, and then, oh my god, An American Tale.
Let's spoil some more movies for y'all.
Hell yeah. You got way too much fun for you. American Tale. This one's another classic one. Like, you'll get another Gen Xer unlock memory bank. They'll be like, oh my god, I've seen this movie.
If you're Gen X, how old are you right now? Like 50?
You're like 50, 60? Damn. Sorry, buddy. Them hair's falling out, bro. You don't know.
If you're Gen X, you're born in the 80s, right?
I'm
So you're like 40 something. You're early 40s. So you're not that old, actually.
Gen X years. 1965.
Oh, 1965. Okay, never mind.
Never mind. So
You are a little bit old.
You will be Generation Y, millennial. Millennials are people who are born from 81 to 96.
I'm a millennial.
Yeah, you are a millennial. I'm a Gen Z because I was born in 1995 to 2015, so I was born 2000. So yeah, boomers from the 40s to 60s, Gen X 65 to 79, and a millennial 80s to 94. So yeah, you'll unlock a lot of millennial memories. We're that's right, chat. We're
old millennial, not like 1990s millennials.
I'll say all millennials, bro.
I mean, my brain has not been unlocked. My brain is still very locked right now, so.
All millennials, bro, are freaking.
You gotta speak to the mic so they can hear you nice. Hey, but don't get
Yeah.
too close to me though. Look at that.
Look her up. Nah, but on the real, Brody, bro, I think Gen Xers, bro, man, I'm just gonna discriminate. Listen, buddies, them hair is not growing back. It's okay, bro. It's okay.
That hairline,
It's okay.
That hairline's not gonna.
Your hairline's not coming back. It's okay. It's okay, man. You got to smile through, man. Don't worry. You got the wind. You got the wind to cover you and kiss you on the
man.
forehead.
I'll take a shot for you right now.
Oh, you actually taking a shot, bro?
Yeah, I'm taking a shot for all the
For all the bald heads out there. Let's go.
Wait, which one's mine? That one's yours.
This one's mine.
No,
I had the clear
shit.
one.
Oh,
You had the
oh,
red
okay,
one.
I thought you were trying.
Damn, bro, you already getting drunk like crazy, bro. I even recognize my cups. Damn, bro, don't tell me the mint to hit you, bro. Pour one out for the homie, bro. For all the baldies out there, bro. All the Robotniks.
For all the good films that came out this year.
Hold up now. Now I gotta take a shot at that. I thought you were gonna do one for the baldies, bro. Nah, bro, you can't just come back here. I ain't done with you.
Hey man, the generation X is generation X, right?
Yeah, Generation X.
They be talking trash on TikTok, so.
Oh yeah, no, they be talking shit. They be like, oh, well, buying a house is so hard. Why don't you get a job, stupid?
Yeah, they be
My
doing
grandfather,
that,
and it's like, bro, because your grandfather bought when a house was like $100 and I could get it.
Back in my day,
I could own 2 houses working at McDonald's. I could own a house and 2 cars. What about you, mister?
and 10 women looking at. They will say that stuff, bro. Like
Yo, you want to get hardcore? You want to piss off millennials? Hey, so what's the? Oh no.
Gen X.
You're Gen X.
No, I'm millennial.
What? We just discussed this. Millennials are 80s. Yeah,
No,
80s to
bro.
94.
82. I was born in '93. I'm
So
barely
you
a
would be
millennial.
you're Gen Z. Oh yeah, you are millennial.
I'm barely a millennial.
Well, I'm gonna say millennials. Listen, I'm gonna be. You want me to piss off millennial heads? Hey, so what are the divorce rates for millennials?
Shoot. 60.
Someone should have signed those prenups now, aren't you, huh?
They don't have enough assets for
Nah, bro.
What are you gonna give them? Your dog, your cat?
Half a dog. If you're they can't even give the dog. They'd be like, nah, bitch, you ain't getting nothing. They'd be like, you get half a dog. Here you go. Oh, I heard that happen. You ever heard that news report?
They gave you half a dog.
Yeah, bro. This dude going through divorce, bro. It's crazy people, man. Yeah, how you piss off millennials. I probably just pissed off a lot of millennials with this. Clip this, chat. Clip it. Fuck it. To all the films that came out in 2025.
Yeah, so what did we learn today? This is what we learned today. If you drink Rumplemints,
Yeah.
then you gotta kiss a girl right after, and it's gonna taste like mint. That's what I learned today, at least. From the pro, never last taught me that.
You crazy, bro.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Yeah, I said it. I would learn.
Hey, that's very good information, bro.
Yeah. Don't paint it. Or just bite it back to me in the future, bro. Be like, oh shit, Armalette, what you been doing? And then be like, oh, this motherfucker don't step outside. Look at him, bro. Look at this motherfucker. You think this?
How do you not step outside, but you know that kind of information? That's my question.
I just learned from
gotta step
coworkers.
outside. Oh, okay.
Coworker stuff. Nah, but also like I personally haven't tried this trick, but my coworker said he does it with his girls, so and it works for him. Now I do not recommend doing it for any random chick, cause obviously, because otherwise you get the shit beat out of you, and I'm gonna sit there laughing at you. I'm gonna sit there laughing at you and enjoying a good WrestleMania match in the middle of the club.
Now you're gonna try to stop it. Hey, stop it, guys.
I mean, if it's something, no, I wouldn't do that. I'd be the prick with the flashlight. I'd be the prick that does this. I'd be that asshole. Be like, Dallas Media Texas at Dallas Media Texas type shit, man. Type shit, my boy.
So what, you gonna talk about anything else?
Shit, we got through most of the thing. We edited a little bit of the film. We talked about what we should do going forward now. Our biggest focus really on sound. I'm gonna save this project right now.
Yeah, save it.
It saves it by itself, so we should be all good. I think really and I enjoy this conversation, man. I think, again, for me, appreciate you coming through and being cool with being part of the stream today, man. I'm not gonna lie, because, I mean, being real, this is new grounds for me, you know?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real with you, man. I know people be watching me, and I know some folks be watching me thinking I just threw in the towel in filmmaking, bro. Like, I can sense that that's already happening, but at the end of the day, I'm just like...
Want to charge real quick?
Yeah, you want your charge over here?
Over there, probably, because...
It's fast charge, anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you, Brody. Shoot. Let me just
I
get it.
didn't mean to interrupt.
Nah, you good, Brody. It's stream, bro. Like shit happens like that, bro. It's normal. That's what makes the shit. That's what makes streaming worth it, Brody. It's all these genuine moments. Be like, damn, they ain't. I mean, the amount of times I've seen Kaisen that does this shit, bro. It's alright.
What does he do?
He'll stop a chat and he'll stop a stream and be like, oh, I gotta charge my phone. Chat, I'll be right back. Or Hassan, he'll just eat on his food. Like, oh, I got Uber Eats. I'm gonna eat and just eat while reacting to the video, bro.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. I mean, shit. It's normal. It adds to the experience type shit. But yeah, no, I think also a lot of people are thinking I threw in the towel, and it's not really the case. It's more of like, hey, I just adapted to my environment. My environment now being further away, it's like I gotta adapt to new media, and new media is streaming and podcast. Now, I chose the streaming route. I don't recommend for every filmmaker to just start jumping into stream, be your own little streamers, try to be like the next try to be like the next PewDiePie. And I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is I think an important lesson now the industry is changing with like Netflix. If Netflix buys Warner Bros. Because now I just recently learned Paramount threw in a counter bid of $108 billion. Like a hostile takeover of Warner Brothers. So we'll see what happens. But my point is still exact. The industry is changing. I think it's important for us filmmakers to adapt to those changes and understand what lane to pick from content creating. Because I do believe that there is a pipeline from content creating to filmmaking. There is a pipeline. 2 people already accomplished that. The Shelby Oaks film director, Chris Stuckman, and the guys who did Don't Talk to Me, who did the action films, right? So it is possible to build it's just there's no rule book. It's just still uncharted territory for like 90% of people. But that's where what I love personally about this is me throwing in the towel, not throwing in the towel, but me throwing my hat in this field. Now I can say that I've done it, and I can. It's more genuine grounds of me building a community, you know.
No, I get what you're saying.
That's just my perspective on this. I still have the love for movies. I mean, we just got done shooting a film for the Texas Horror Cult for the Christmas premiere, premiering on December 22nd. So if y'all are free, we will be there. So feel free to come through. I'll be there. I'm not sure. Will you be there on the Christmas premiere, December 22nd? Yeah, I'll pop up, say hi. So if you want to stop by and just say hi to me and just have any game recommendations you want to yell at me, go ahead. I'll probably ignore you and be like, cool, later. But I'll be there. So. But yeah, nah, man. I think that was another thing too that was really good to learn, man. Okay. I think it was really cool to be able to talk about films like this, man, and see this year for films. I hope next year will be a good year for films. I think it's going to be it'll be an interesting change for the industry. But that's where us indie guys, we got to, you got to adapt to the change. We got to be ready. We got to be able, we can't just wait to be left out, But like this conversation with AI, like there's so many hardcore people that are like against AI. And I'm like, Brody, you're going to be left out of the dust. I'm sorry. Like the industry, major businesses have already adapted to AI. So you might as well just watch it. And that's the thing too that for me, it bugs me. You don't need to go back to college. Just literally watch a bunch of YouTube videos, great AI prompts, or how to use ChatGPT, or hell, even better, just use ChatGPT at your everyday use. Like, hey, how do you do this? How do I do that? And ChatGPT will learn your patterns and what you're looking for, and it'll start recommending you smarter options, and you'll be able to stand out. Like at least for me, ChatGPT. For me, I've used ChatGPT to gather sources of like, hey, give me Roosevelt. Give me some good documentaries of Roosevelt. Now, ChatGPT is like, hey, I want to learn about horror video games. It gave me a good documentary about this game that came out, Clock Tower 3. I never heard of this, but it was made by Kenji Fukasaku, the same guy that directed Battle Royale. He made a video game called Clock Tower 3, and they made a whole documentary about it back in the 90s. PS2 documentary. Yeah, there was a whole 90s documentary. Oh, where is it? Oh well, but basically there was a whole thing I saw. I think so. I can't tell. There was an old 90s like video promo about Clock Tower 3. Basically, this particular game is part 3 of Clock Tower, right? It's a big franchise, and
one of the things
I think this actually might be it. Yeah, this might be it actually. I remember because I remember the thumbnail of their profile is this. Yeah, because it started off with this. It started off with like an old found footage of 2001. Yeah. See, I asked, hey, give me some cool documentaries of like cool video game documentaries. ChatGPT recommended me this, and it's about Clock Tower 3, a third game in the Clock Tower horror franchise. It's an obscure horror franchise that tried to be like the next. They try to beat Resident Evil's competition. And what makes this third game so special is because this one was directed by the great director Kenji Fukasaku. The guy this is the same guy that directed Battle Royale, and he got to make this game. Like, he directed it, wrote it, directed the single cutscenes, everything. And this was like a big deal at the time in Japan. Like a Japanese big time director working on a big budget horror game. This was big budget for the time too. This was like a big deal at the time. There aren't game developers, they're a film crew, and their leader was none other than Fukasaku Kenji, one of Japan's premier film directors, and I highly agree. And that's my recommendation, chat. If you want to see some great Japanese filmmaking, bro, highly recommend Kenji Fukasaku, especially his Battle Without Honor Humanity. Battle Without Honor Humanity trilogy, one of the best like film trilogies of gangster films. One of the best gangster films of Yakuza films of Japanese crime movies. This is so good, man. I highly recommend. Oh, and this is what I love about the Internet Archive, man. Sometimes they'll just have movies up there like this, bro. And again, they're not even long movies. They're like fucking hour 40. Shit, that's awesome, bro. I already seen the first movie, and the first movie was great. But yeah, nah, man. If you ever, this is another great director, great films. Yeah, like I said, ChatGPT gave me that documentary when I asked him about a cool documentary or a cool video game behind the scenes and then that. So that's what I'm saying. AI can actually help you in the long run. You have to use it, and you have to. It's a reflection of your intelligence with AI. Like, do you just use it like, oh, give me good scripts, write me a cool script about a girl and a slasher? Well, it's gonna give you the most basic shit. But if you say, hey, I want to pull some sources of inspirations from this game, I want to tell inspiration from this comic book writer, from Something Is Killing the Children, you know, like that, then they'll start being more specific and catering towards your taste, and then you can grow from there. So yeah, no, that's one thing I think we learned in this convo that was pretty dope. But yeah, nah, man, I think this is a pretty dope stream, man. I'm not gonna lie. Appreciate you coming through, my boy. Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all chat watching, man. You know, shout out to Jasmine. She came through on the chat with what's up, #1 fan. So appreciate you, Jasmine. Hope to see you again on the next stream, fam. And
can you check how many people are on right now?
Just one. You can only see through the chat. But what I do is I use my phone.
Oh, it's in the stream.
And I just see it right now. And I think the only one still on there is 2. 2 people are watching now. Doesn't tell me who. No, only I can see in the chat. They have to interact with the chat.
Hey, Shad. Identify yourself right now. Identify yourself. Who are you? Have you seen SpongeBob?
Who?
When, like, Patrick and they see the bunch of little eyes underneath this rock. Who are you people? You never seen that?
I seen that, bro.
Who are you people? Like, who's watching me? That's what it feels like. A bunch of little eyes is watching you. Yeah, play it. Right there.
Who are you people?
That's how I feel like right now. Who are you people?
But like 2 people, bro. Like the fuck. You know, you just run them off. They're like, man, I ain't watching this shit.
They ran away.
They all ran away. Hey, at least donate to me, bro. At least give me $2 before you leave, bro. Donate to the stream, bro. Yeah. Go $100, and I'll wear. Hey, if we get to $100 by the end of the month, guess what? I'll wear a SpongeBob onesie for chat for stream. I'll wear a onesie on stream, bro.
Do it, man.
Or I could wear my Power Rangers costume. I know that's pretty popular with the freaking crew.
It, yeah.
I already have it, and everyone has already seen me with it, and now they already associate me with that. They're like, oh yeah, it's crazy, bro. People ask me like, oh yeah, were you in a Diff commercial? Yeah, I was the Red Power Ranger. Oh, you were the Red Ranger? Oh my god, that shit was funny. Like, yeah, what you gonna do? Why movie theaters should create social media areas in the building? I can see that. This guy's smart. I like this guy. This guy is John Campea. He's a good like movie news guy. Very reliable, very resourceful. Not one of those like cringy like, oh, the woke skulls are at it again, complaining about the death of cinema. No, this guy's genuine about like why movie theaters need to grow. And one of the things he's always advocated for is like you need to integrate social media to your spots or local marketing. A lot of local theaters are being successful because they're on social media and they know what their audience wants. So you should like, but AMC doesn't do it, and I'm like, or you know what? John Campea said something really interesting. AMC should do their own film festival. Y'all have the power. Y'all can just make your own film festival, and a lot of people will come through. Make a local film festival for like the Texas state, Washington state, Oregon, and have all that. And at the end of the year, all the best short films that were submitted in AMC Film Festival get to come together and show a big showcase of all 50 states or whatever. And I'm like, bro, they can do it if they wanted to. They can make an AMC Film Festival where people can just submit their movies and go from there. They have the money and the credit to do it, but they just don't fucking wanna. So what do I know? All they care about is like, oh, we already have how many people we have coming in? 30 people. Well, let's charge $40 a ticket. Oh, we only have 20 people coming to the ticket. Coming to our theaters. Well, let's charge them bastards $60. Not like they got anything better to do with their lives. That's literally how they think of the consumer. Not like they have anything better to do with their lives. They're coming to our fucking theaters. They ain't got no family. They ain't got no responsibilities. They're just lazy bums with free time, and they wanna feel good about themselves reporting the arts. That's literally not. I'm not just saying that. I'm just paraphrasing what the executives and CEOs have already said online. Which I'm gonna say it, bro. Man, if I was y'all, man, y'all should cancel your subscriptions to AMC Stubs. If y'all have AMC Stubs, I'm sorry, y'all are just suckers. Y'all are just suckers, bro. AMC don't respect you. They don't respect the arts. They don't respect the craft of filmmaking. Just go to your local theater, bro. Go to your local theater that's run by actual people, not just some corporate shillheads. Or just go to the Alamo Draft House. At least Alamo Draft House has a little bit of more sophistication. Because if I'm going to spend at least $80 for a movie theater, at least I have the option to get drunk. That's my perspective. At least if I know I'm going to spend over $80 in a movie theater, at least I know with Alamo Draft House, I have the option to get drunk and get some couple of beers and a Jack Daniels and just watch it. You know what I'm saying?
$80 is too much now.
Exactly. Oh, yeah.
But you know what?
But it's better than what AMC, they be charging like $40 and $60 for a bag of popcorn and two glizzies. For a glizzy and a donut bucket. Man.
But how you're meant to a theater production and those like $60 to $100 each.
Yeah, but that's different.
But I'm pretty sure it wasn't always like that. I'm pretty sure there was a time where it was a little more affordable.
Like a theater product, like a local theater. I've been to local theater like Shakespeare, Dallas.
No, I'm talking about like big theater. Like you can go to like.
Oh, like Broadway or is that? Well, yeah, but that's more of a luxury experience, and I think with that, it's a different ball game because the advantages of that is that there is no screen, there is no separation. You see the person right there. Yeah. There's no separation of barrier or suspension of disbelief. It's right there, and every time after the show, you can meet the actors backstage, not backstage, but like after the show, you can walk up to them. Hey, you did so well. You know, you can meet and greet them. You can take a photo with them. I feel like that's more of like there are more advantages. There's a lot more price for your buck. Plus, the theaters that I've been to locally, they sell better food. You can get not just popcorn. You can get a burger. You can get sandwiches. They'll cater. They outsource their catering.
I've been to some bougie ass theaters. They don't even sell food. They might sell like wine.
I've seen wine too, man. And I'm like, shit.
Food,
I've seen some food in like local theaters, but I've never been to a bougie theater. To be honest, I would love to go
to AT&T, PAC, any AT&T. AT&T owns all the big theaters, but they have some really nice.
I need to go there one of these days, man. I need to do some more fun stuff, bro.
Yeah, theater acting is a different experience.
Do you think theater acting can adapt well with social media acting? Not filmmaking acting, but social media. Like if if someone wants to do a vertical web series, no, wouldn't translate well.
It wouldn't translate at all, bro.
Okay.
You know how films are very traditional with people.
Right.
Film like they take it to the next level. They're extremely traditional, so they won't want nothing to do with like. Because once you put a camera in front of them, they're no longer theater actors. They're film TV actors.
Gotcha.
And they don't want that. So like, yeah, you could probably get like 1 or 2 theater actors who want to like transition out of theater into film and TV, but the real like traditionalists, real hardcore theater actors, they're not gonna. They're gonna like, nah, bro, I'm a theater actor. Well, they don't even speak like that. They don't say bro. They don't say bro. No, brethren, I'm a theatrical spectacle.
I can see that. I mean, I think it's some, but I feel like there's some that are willing to transition.
No,
it just depends.
But I'm just saying, like the very best, top of the top.
Oh, like the top
they're
billboards,
not
they're not gonna change, and that's one thing. But I think like.
But you can get like some
Mid gates.
medium. They're kind of like struggling to get. Because if you're top of the line in your theater game, you're getting paid pretty good money. You're getting gigs. You're getting a lot of good gigs. You're probably traveling the world too. But if you're like mid, like you're in the mid level, like not very well known, but coming up, then you might want to make that transition into film and TV. Because other than that, like most of them are not gonna want to do it because the job security stuff, and then they think, oh, I'm gonna transition and I'm gonna have less job security, which is true. We will have less. Especially, well, let's talk about one last thing.
Yeah, I'm down for it.
And that's about Hollywood. Let's talk about Hollywood for a little bit.
Sure, we can bash Hollywood. Why not?
We're not bashing Hollywood, but we're gonna talk about how they operate and how they operate very differently from the rest of the world.
Well, isn't all Hollywood? It's always been the main source of motivation is profits. At the end of the day, they're show business, but business is first. At least that's the sense I always get with like a lot of it.
I wouldn't say business is first. I would say it's like prestige is first. Like how people see you is most important than how much money you make. Because they think if you have a good name to yourself, even if like every single movie doesn't have to be a blockbuster, but every single movie is gonna make money just because of your name.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like it's a little bit different. But really, what I'm trying to get at is like when it comes to Hollywood, like you get pigeonholed so fast and so hard. And then once you get pigeonholed, it's just like forget about it. You know what I mean? You're gonna get pigeonholed for sure.
And is pigeonhole like typecasting, or what does pigeonhole mean?
Pigeonhole, like for example, let's say you go into Hollywood and you start off as a gaffer. You're gonna be a gaffer for the rest of your life. Plain and simple. And if you try to break out of that, they're gonna shame you. They're gonna say a bunch of bad stuff about you, just to make sure that you never like break out of it. You know what I mean? So that's what pigeonhole means in Hollywood. Like once you decide like I'm this, that's where you're gonna be. You know what I mean? Like they hate hyphenated people. I'm an editor, filmmaker. Like no, I'm an editor, director. Like no, you're not. Unless you're like super famous and they allow you to do that, you're not. You know what I mean? Which is the hard thing about Hollywood is like once you get into Hollywood, people think, oh, I made it into Hollywood, like I made it right. Like not necessarily. You made it into the system, but now you're in a system in the back of the line. And then yeah, like your James Gunns and your like top directors, they're top of the line. They've been through it so much. They probably have generations of family that done it too, so they kind of help out with their family members. But then once you get to Hollywood, like you have your highest level, and then you have all the people that help them get to that level. You know what I mean? So if you're not in there, then whatever you got pigeonhole as, like that's where you're gonna get stuck at. And that's why, like for example, you're talking about streamers who kind of like made that transition from streaming into filmmaking. That's hard. Like that's almost you don't really hear about it.
Right.
You know, as a matter of fact, I can't think of like I'm talking about A-list celebrity.
Oh yeah.
They are like they've made that jump. Even in YouTube, like that's why you know there's so much like gatekeeping in Hollywood. Is let's say you're a YouTuber who has a lot of like viewers and stuff like that, because I've known so many YouTubers who wanted to make that transition, but they just can't do it because they get pigeonholed in Hollywood. Oh, you're a YouTuber, and then they just get stuck there for the rest of their lives. And they try their best to break out of it, but like a lot of the time they can't. And Hollywood is so like powerful. Let's say like, oh, you're a YouTuber and you're trying to break into the film industry, and there's a filmmaker that knows you're trying to do that, and they're like, oh, like let's like keep them away. Like they will give you more, they will send opportunities your way, but they're just for YouTube. So like, well, I'm trying to be the director of this film, so you're gonna try your best to like get in contact with the right people, but then there's gonna be people who are gonna be like, no, you know what? Let me recommend this person to another YouTuber, so then they can get connected. And then they can start doing more YouTuber stuff, and then they kind of stay away from us. They do that shit all day, bro.
That's crazy.
They do that shit, cause you gotta think about it, like when you go from a state like Texas that is non-union,
Yeah.
basically non-union. So you need to know there's no union here.
Yeah. Like to work.
Yeah, to work. So like I always say here in Texas, like if you're a filmmaker, you're like like most people consider you a hobbyist.
Mm-hmm.
You do it for fun, you know. But once you go to LA, people do this for a living. So like I need like little slight change of friction or anything like, oh, this might affect my career. And they're gonna go after you. But like, hey, like if you're gonna try to affect my career, I'm not gonna let you do that. I'm gonna make sure I figure out a way that you get stuck in your little pigeonhole.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so that's why it's always kind of hard to make that jump. You have to. I always say you have to do it through brute force.
Right.
Like, and the only way you can do it through brute force is if you align yourself with the fans. So you know they're gonna have a huge fan base that's behind you, and that fan base is your brute force. One person trying to break through one door ain't gonna happen, buddy. Ain't gonna. Any of you break through it, who cares? There's gonna be like 10, 20 security guards ready to like tackle you down. But you ain't get a million people and we all go at the same time, it ain't gonna do shit. You know what I mean? It ain't gonna do shit. You're gonna break in through that door and they're gonna be, oh shit, we're outnumbered. Mm-hmm. That's how you break. I hate to say it. It sounds extreme. But it really is how you have to like break into like the Hollywood system at the level that you want to the point where you're like James Gunn. You know what? I'm a director, but I'm also the editor. I'm also the writer. And then at that point, they see, oh shit, but you have all these millions of people behind you. Okay, yeah, I believe you. You know, but if you go in there on your own, it's like you're going in against the masses at that point. The masses being Hollywood, and Hollywood's like, no, I don't believe you at all. You know, I don't like this. You know, you're tripping.
Yeah.
You know, let me shut this guy down immediately. So, what I'm trying to get at, Shad.
Yeah, you get it.
Shad, back to the Shad. Some advice from me is if you want to get into Hollywood.
This guy's been in Hollywood. He ain't just bullshitting. If y'all need to know, like he's been in the trenches.
Yeah, I've been in L.A. New York. Nah, I lived in L.A. for a little bit, and that's how kind of like I get all this perspective from.
Mm-hmm.
And not just being in L.A., but also talking to other people who live there and been in the industry for a very long time. And I remember like one of the first conversations that I had with like L.A. people, which was funny, was literally the stunt double for Spider-Man. His name was Elam Choi.
Elon Choi.
He Roy or Choi, I don't remember. But he did he stunt double for Andrew Garfield. Elam. So ILAM space CHOI. I think it's him. Not sure that's. I think that's how you spell it.
I mean, should we put him out? Yeah, well, I don't think it'll be angry, right? Nobody's watching it. Elam Choi, stunt double for Andrew Garfield. Yeah, Elam Choi. Elam Choi. Yeah, Spider-Man.
Yeah, so he was one of the first few people that I met in Hollywood. He was a really cool guy. Okay. I discover a lot of things with him, you know what I mean? I feel like with filmmakers, we always try to like make it, you know what I mean? We're trying to say, oh, we made it, you know, and people always want to be like the highest level or whatever, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. We'd be the highest level filmmaker, the highest level whatever it is, you know what I mean? They always try to be the highest level. But talking to Ilram, I realized that you don't have to be that guy, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like that, being that guy, like I said, it takes a lot of force to get into the door. Mm-hmm. But Elon makes probably like 150,000 a year being a stunt double. It's not bad.
No, six figures is good. That's a lot more.
6 figures to do what you love, like that's insanely good. You know what I mean? So that's what I learned about Hollywood. A lot of people go in there with like huge dreams and like big ambitions, and then they get slapped with the system, and then they're like, oh shit, and they get a little bit like disappointed a little bit, but then they readjust their expectations, and then they realize, whoa, I can still live here and make movies. I might not be like the next, you know, Brad Pitt or the next A-list celebrity, but I'm gonna make like 100K, 80K, 70K, doing what I love, and being able to sustain myself in like a higher level, because like you can be a nurse and be making like 60, 70K, You can be a doctor, be making 150K, or you can be a filmmaker and be making that same. I would not complain one bit about that.
Right.
I'll be like, shit. At that point, I might not be famous, but I made it. You know what I mean? That's a whole different thing.
Right.
I'm not famous, but I 100% made it. So that's one thing that I learned. But also, what I really learned from him is that he was one of those guys that had high ambitions, who didn't just want to be the stunt double. He wanted to be like the person in front of the camera, right?
Yeah, he wanted to be the main cast, the main
billing.
billing.
And then just
top billing. There you go.
You know, but once you get there and people start like, you know, I think you're good at this. I think you need to stick to this. And then, like I said, they pigeonhole you. And then before you know it, you're like 10 years later and you're like, what have I been doing in Hollywood? Like, not exactly what you came here to do, but at least you're working. You know what I mean? So it's like the silver lining to everything. You know, yeah, you can go into Hollywood thinking, well, I'll be the next big blah 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 blah. But you just realize that it's gonna take a lot of like work, a lot of force, a lot of like, it's gonna take all of you to get there.
Right.
Or you can just like get to Hollywood, you know, figure out what you really like, you know, get pigeonholed into that, but make good money, and then eventually, like, if you're patient enough, then you can figure out a way like to break away from it. But like back to your point, like, you know how you're talking about how like the new era in AI,
yeah,
like, that's the way of doing it. You know, I feel like the most famous person that's ever done it, nobody ever talked about it, is like Justin Bieber. Justin Bieber started as a YouTuber.
Yeah, like doing YouTube videos and
he's
stuff.
one of the very few people that broke away from the YouTuber tagline and to just his own name. You know, because if you think about like all the YouTubers in the world, like Justin Bieber doesn't come up to, like, not the first one in mind. You think about Justin Bieber, you think of Justin Bieber. You know what I mean?
That's interesting.
Which is important. Like, when you get to Hollywood, you don't want to get pigeonholed as a profession. You want to get pigeonholed as your name. Because once you get pigeonholed as your name, where people can't tell what you are, then you have more open opportunity to be who you want to be. You know what I mean?
Damn.
But that's hard, man. That's extremely hard.
That's hard, chat. You better write this down, chat, bro. Write this down, chat. Like, don't get pigeonholed by your job. Get pigeonholed by your name.
Exactly. And
it's hard. It's a lot harder, chat. Don't take it like, oh, it's easy road, or here's my secret code. No, it's just a lot harder, but the reward is a lot better in the long run.
When people know your name, they're not gonna say, oh, he's the whatever, you know, he's the DP or he's the AD. He's like, no, he's that guy. You know what I mean? You know, his whatever name yours is, you know, and then you can have more power, because then, you know, people, I think ultimately, like, what Hollywood, like, I know a lot of people think, oh, it's about the money, it's about the attention. So, and if you can bring that attention to whatever it is that you're touching with your hands, that you're trying to produce, then people are gonna hire you. People don't hire actors because they're good looking.
Right.
People don't hire actors because they're talented most of the time. I hate to say it. I hate to break it to you, actors, but in Hollywood, they don't hire you based on how talented you are. They hire you based on how much attention you're gonna bring to that film, because that attention can be turned into money. And then people get confused. They're like, well, then it's about the money. Like, no, it's about the attention that can get you the money. And if it's not gonna get you the money, you know, you can sell something to the attention. You know what I mean?
So, like, get a product with you on along.
That's why actors get paid more than filmmakers.
Right.
Like, if you're an actor, you're gonna get paid most of the time, unless you're like a huge celebrity director.
Yeah.
If you're the actor, you're gonna get paid more than the director.
9 times
most
out
of the time.
Yeah,
why?
9 times out of 10.
You're bringing the attention.
Yeah, I mean,
to the film.
Your picture's on the film. The director is just like the
yeah.
third quarter of the bottom of the film.
Most of the time, like, especially when it comes to independent filmmaking, like, the independent filmmaker will spend more money on a very well-known actor than the actual film itself. Why? Because the film's gonna rely on that actor's popularity to get people to see it. So,
right.
If you want to make a film and you want to get an investor, which is like, not say like you gotta get a A-list celebrity on your project that's signed and notarized as they're gonna be. Cause I hate when people be like, oh no, have a big celebrity in my project. Like, no, you don't. So you'll be lying about it. Like, you don't got no big celebrity. But I'm saying, like, notarize it. Give me 100% proof that celebrity said, yes, I want to be in your film. Like, have it signed with blood. Sign it with blood. Then all these investors are going to be like, oh, here you go. Because they already know, like, okay, I'm going to get my attention, which I can turn into profit later on.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's my thing, guys. You go to Hollywood, expect to be pigeonholed, and if you don't want to get pigeonholed, no, with three things. If you go to Hollywood, expect to be pigeonholed. If you don't want to be pigeonholed, then you gotta be okay with whatever job you take on and be happy with it, because not a lot of people can say that they make money making films. And then third, which was my third one?
Be pigeonholed by your name. If you don't want to be pigeonholed.
Yeah, and if you don't want to pigeonhole, then you got to really your name has to be bigger than what you do in a way. And like if that you have to be a streamer, if you have to be a YouTuber, or you have to be anything that's gonna give you that attention, then you got to do it. But also realize that it's gonna take it's a lifelong commitment.
Right.
And most people are not willing to do that, the lifelong commitment. But it's doable. But just know that it comes with consequences in a way. Cause have you ever thought about Michael Jordan?
Yeah.
A lot of people think, oh, I would love to be Michael Jordan, right? And then I always think well, you would love to be Michael Jordan, but did you know that his dad died, when he was kind of still kind of young?
Yeah, cause a bunch of people came to his house and robbed his place and killed his dad.
Yeah, so you gotta understand Michael Jordan is who he is because the things that have happened in his life.
Right.
So you people want to be the Jordan, but then you tell them, oh, but do you want your dad to be killed in front of you while you're getting robbed? People be like, hell no, of course not. Well, but do you want to be Michael Jordan? Because Michael Jordan had to go through a lot of stuff for that mentality to be built, and then okay, now I am. You know what I mean? So people they want the reward, but they don't want to go through the consequences of getting the reward. So
I think that's a very interesting example of bringing death, but I think it kind of go back to your point. Maybe some creators have to go through death. I think it's more in that I think it's like you said, it's a lifelong commitment. It's a lifelong hustle. You can't expect this to. For me, I've accepted that I might not be a successful streamer probably within the next 3 years. Maybe 5 years from now, if I continue this path, then I will see some growth. I'm not expecting, but like you said, the way I see this, to kind of put back on I don't want to make this, make it a me thing, but I'm just using where my perspective, where I'm at. I'm just doing this for building a community and just getting the groundwork up, building that pipeline. And just really see how it works. Really, I can't tell the future, but from what I can say, it's hey, at least I'm doing it. If anything goes wrong and I quit, at least I can say, hey, I tried it, and that's
which is important, man. You gotta that's part of learning where you fit in. You know what I mean? And then once you learn where you fit in, and then you have a higher chance of making it. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people they try to force themselves into situations they're not fitting into, and then they waste a lot of time. You know what I mean? Rather than okay, this is where I fit in right now. Let me do what I can to be the best of what I can do, and then eventually kind of learn, try to figure out a very strategic strategy, a strategic way to bring into the next level. You know what I mean? You can't just nobody really does that. Nobody just rams through everything. Oh, now I'm a director. Oh, now I'm the lead actor. You know what I mean? No, you have to work your way very strategically to it. And then once you're there, then it's gonna take years sometimes, because the youngest director out there is probably
late 20s, 30s. Early 30s.
No, late 30s.
Late 30s.
The youngest, at least successful. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay, yeah.
If you think about the two youngest directors, probably Ryan Coogler, and the other guy. What's the other guy? Really young. Damien Giselle.
Youngest directors. Let's see.
They're both in their 30s.
Hollywood working. I'm gonna have to put that. Hollywood working. Currently, the youngest working Hollywood include Kane Pass, who became A24 at night. That one's a bit of different thing. 19-year-old because to helm the Backrooms, and notable young talent like Gia Coppola, and it's sort of Steven Spielberg. What? Okay, they're not. This one is goofy, the one with the 19, because they didn't really buy him for his directing of they want his property. They want the Backrooms movie. But he didn't. All right. young directors in Hollywood. My God. Let me see. Backrooms and notable young talents like Gia Coppola from Palo Alto and others emerging from YouTube/TikTok continuing trends like the Philip Humans who broke records at Tribeca and historical figures like Spielberg who snuck into studios lost a teen. Youngest working directors in Hollywood. Let's try that one. Maybe that might be it. Because another thing too with these two examples is they're already doing it. Yeah, Ken Parks, who became established young stars like Ryan Coogler, Robert Eggers, and Xavier Dolan, who directed his debut at Killed My Mother at 20. Ryan Coogler and Robert Eggers in their 20s and 30s, known for impactful film like Suva Station, representing millennial wave. So we'll see what happens with Kane Parson. The big thing for him is because this is his director debut. He did the videos, The Backrooms, which is like a creepy pasta movie that people like. It became famous on the internet, and the guy he's the one that made it, right? He's now directing it for A24.
You know what's a good example? Somebody who started on YouTube and ended up on the big studio. What's her name? The black female director. What's her name?
I was thinking of Casey Neistat. Cause he did like an HBO.
Yeah, he did, but it was never like that. I was talking about like dude, what's her name? The Diary of a Ghetto Black Girl. I think that's what it's called. That was the name of the YouTube series.
What about Darman? How do you feel about Darman?
I've heard of Darman before.
Ghetto Black Girl?
Yeah, something like that. I should know her name by.
Of a mad black woman.
No, it's not her. It's dang it, how did I forget her name? She did Insecure. No.
Oh wait, Insecure TV, Insecure director. I think I know who you're talking about now. Simmons something. Fuck.
His name's not.
No, something she's gonna pop out. Kerry Washington, Regina King, Jay Elise. Insecure directors. Melina Mosqueda, Kerry Washington.
Oh, what's her
name,
bro?
Insecure directors who did YouTube.
This is not Insecure. Then it's called
It's gonna be
I don't remember. That's her right here. Her.
So
With Revolut.
Melina Matsuka.
We've got Passion.
No, that's not her name though.
Issa Rae.
Issa Rae.
There it is.
Yeah,
We got it. That's her.
Look up her early YouTube stuff. It didn't look good, but the story was really good.
Awkward black girl.
Awkward black girl. That's what we call it. Yeah. Look at this play one, bro. Look at the quality.
The misadventures of an awkward black girl.
Am I the only one who pretends I'm in a music video when I'm by myself?
14 years ago, 3.1 million views.
But that was before she got her big break. Dude, that was a film right there. But it was so good and well written that people don't give a damn. It's well written. No cares like if you're a little bit overexposed, you're sharing like on a DSLR.
Well, that's my thing, bro. It's like that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like that's where I mean, I hope to make films like this, but it's no longer like I could just upload short films like this and someone get noticed. Now is that
you can. Like
you
I
can.
I disagree with you 100%.
Mm-hmm.
You 100% can, and it's a lot easier nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people have left this whole system of making short films or like web series or YouTube because they're so obsessed with on Netflix. So what happens is they spend like 10, 15, 20 years trying to get on Netflix, and those 10, 15 years, their projects get seen by nobody except Netflix executives or a bunch of assholes, and they're like, no, we don't want this. Your name is not big enough to be on our platform. You know what I mean? And how did she get discovered through this YouTube series, and then she was able to get, I think it's an HBO.
Yeah, like probably some gigs in there.
Big, yeah, but then.
But it's still a big jump. It's just
it's a huge jump, like from like being here to like being in like a big studio, and they're giving you all the money and like, cause you can't compare which was this show to the actual.
Oh yeah, no, without doubt, because it's like a different jump. Oh yeah, no, I agree. I think
and there was a time, bro, where like when YouTube was competing like side by side with Netflix, they were beating them a lot of the time.
Oh yeah, when they had YouTube originals, when they had that first started
YouTube
on.
YouTube was like, okay, well shit, like let's make our own stuff, and they had like.
They had Cobra Kai. That's where Cobra Kai first started.
No, even before Cobra Kai, there was another YouTuber named Liza Koshy, like this short Indian girl, and she was 100% a YouTuber. She did nothing but YouTube, but she occasionally did like skits. You know what I mean? And through her skits, she was able to get one of her show ideas. Not even a show. She didn't even have a whole like treatment or anything.
Like no treatment,
no
pitch.
She just had an idea. She had her idea funded, and they made, I think it was like 10 episodes of that. Liza Koshy, whatever. And she was a YouTuber. And then through that, literally through that, like Liza Koshy show, a lot of people are like, that's when like the Cobra Kai, they were originally trying to give it to Netflix, and Netflix was like, no, we're not really interested. Netflix literally said no to it. So then that's when that guy was named John Hurwitz. He was like, oh shit, like, well, I mean. Fuck y'all, I'm gonna put the first full season on YouTube. And they did that shit, bro. They motherfucking did that shit. They put all the first season on Cobra Kai on YouTube. And guess who came in knocking?
Yeah, Netflix.
Fucking Netflix.
Right.
Oh shit, let me knock real quick. And then like 5 seasons later, they end up canceling the whole thing.
I think that's, I do agree. Like,
there is ways to break away from the YouTube, but you have to like, like you have to really capture like all these students' attention. Like, no, you're mine. And then once you get their attention, like you have them in your ballpark. Cause now I get to decide what I want to do with my intellectual property. And if you're smart enough to like, hey, like I know how to deal with this, then like you're gonna be like Liza Koshy. Although I feel like Liza could have done more on her show. I feel like once she made it and like she premiered and everything, like kind of like didn't do much after that. I feel like she that's the thing about Hollywood too. Like once you get into the system, like they're gonna try to like put a lot of doubts in your head. As a YouTuber, like you have no doubts because there's nobody like telling you, like, oh, you should do it like this. Like it's you and your fans. Control, yeah. It's you and your fans, but you're in control of whatever the hell you want to put out. But once you get out of there, you like people start like giving you money because they're giving you money. You start thinking, oh man, I should listen to them. So I feel like this is what happened to Liza. Like she listened too much to the people that were like guiding her, that she just ended up like disappearing. I hate to say it. She's like completely like she fell off a little bit, you know. But we have like Issa Rae, like she kind of like she used that platform to really like put her name out there, and she just continued to do that.
Yeah, no, I do want to kind of pull back a little bit because when I say like you can't do this like this anymore, you can. It's just now you have to do more than just upload a film and market it and say, hey, I make a web series. I think right now in this day and age of the 2020s, the name of the game right now is a little bit of personality. Like you have to put a face with that. Like is your face. So I don't mean like, oh, you can't make short films or web series anymore and just get. No, you can. I think if anything, you should use that. You should use your brand, your fans, to get to your films. Like if in my situation, let's say this, the stars align. I'm lucky. I hit, I don't know, 300K on my YouTubers, and I were to be like, hey, I want to make a film, and then we make a short web series like this. Boom, I can get like some investors and stuff. Well, not even 300K. Let's do 1 million. Let's do 1 million. I've reached 1 million views. I got over 1 million people on Patreon.
How many views that have?
That has 3.1 million views.
It's not bad. 3.1 is doable.
Exactly, and it has 560 subscribers.
But
currently,
it is not the original, though.
Probably not. But this is Issa Rae, an Issa Rae company, so probably it's a re-upload.
Yeah, it might be.
So, but like, I think the name of the game right now is, okay, who are you? Are you Sketch? Are you Queso? Are you a streamer? Do you have a building behind you? And then now the name of the game is, getting your community to back your projects and your community to push you to the Hollywood and say Hollywood, hey, you know what? And that's where they're gonna get you. Like, okay, bet I financed this film by myself with my fans, and that's where they're like, oh, well, let me get in because now you have people that are willing to buy your product. Let me invest in you now because you have a platform, a safe bet. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's where I feel like the name of the game is right now. This I still want to do. Like, don't get it twisted where I don't want to do short films bro, it'd be awesome. We can do a web series, man. I think right now the name of the game is like put your name out there, your face, your brand, and then like what can you do? What is your product that you sell? You know, because Mr. B's got Feastables. I Show Speed got his Dick's Sporting Goods promos and his Nike collections. You have I'm trying to think of like the Kai Cenat, he has sponsorships and adverts behind his back. I mean, the biggest example, McDonald's with the chicken Big Mac thing. So that's what I mean. Like that, like now, instead of like having to rely on advertising, I can just say, hey, I can make my own product. And you can just sell it, and there you go. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I think that's just right now the name of the game. That's the way I'm seeing it. I could be wrong, but that's why I'm personally seeing this streaming. It's like, hey, let's just do it, see what happens, and just really kind of go from there. And like I said, I'm so far in this journey. If I'm gonna keep it $150 with you, I've been really enjoying it. I mean, the reels have been doing pretty good on TikTok. A lot of people on my views from my community are transferring over there pretty okay. Mm-hmm. And yeah, nah, man. I think a lot of people are just really now they get to see a side of me that they never seen before. More talkative, more like, oh, what are you really? Because they just see me as like, oh, the lighting guy. Oh, I dress up as Power Rangers. Now they get to see like, hey, how knowledgeable we had this conversation of film where I just nerded out on Kenji Fukusaku movies, and then we just had this, you know. So yeah, no, man. I think this will. I mean, I'm trying to change my wording from hopefully to this will, because I like to believe a little bit of what you say comes to reality. So this will pay off in the end, some way, somehow, whether it be through experience or through something physical. Or something mental. Maybe I grow more but that's just my end game for this, man. This will be a payoff for this, bro. Who knows? Maybe it'll be a bunch of viewers, and then we have a great ecosystem where we don't need to ask people for finances. We just be like, hey, we're doing this. Here is what we want to do. Here's an Indiegogo, finance it. Or even better, hey, we just shot this film, but we need this. There's been a secret project. We wanted to surprise you. If you subscribe to our top tier member channel, you get full access to the first rough cut of the film. And then with your money, we'll make it better, you know?
No, I agree. Yeah. No, there's many ways to get into it, but I just think it has a lot to do with the actual concept and the idea.
With the actual content, like you have to do
it has
with
to be like good and relatable, and I feel like in a way, like this might sound crazy to say.
You can say it, bro.
But like, I feel like it's the only way to do it. Like you have to be willing to get naked in front of your audience, and if you're not willing to get naked in front of your audience, in a very like symbolic way, I don't mean actually get naked.
I was like, goddamn, bro.
Not actually get naked. But like, you know how it already feels kind of weird to even say.
Yeah.
When you don't do that, then you're playing into a lot of like preconceived stories and ideas that are not true to yourself. You know what I mean? And I feel like what made Issa Rae like her show like. Cause you gotta understand, man. It's a different story. Like when you're in LA, it's like every last second that you're in LA, especially if you're just a regular person, like you can think whatever. But you're a filmmaker, you're an actor, or like somebody in the entertainment business.
Yeah.
That really wants to make it. Like you gotta understand, like there's people in LA who have left their whole life behind to make it. And I've met so many people who literally like, and they're from other countries. They're like from Spain, from like some weird Europe, some really like foreign Europe place. So when they get to LA, like every last second is they're thinking about I need to make it.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's one of the things that I really noticed the difference between LA and Dallas is that like here in Dallas, like people are thinking about like when is my next meal? What am I gonna eat after this?
Right.
You know, like what am I gonna go watch after I get done with this? What am I gonna go do? you know, this weekend, who am I gonna like? What kind of drink am I gonna drink? You know, what am I feeling for? You know what I mean? When you're in LA, you're thinking about, I need to make it. I need to make it. I need to make it. The reason why it's so expensive to live there.
Yeah, no.
And
It's
as
like
soon
you,
as you're
you
done,
have that
you're like,
work.
yeah. So it's a different like pressure on you as a
Mm-hmm.
filmmaker, and when you're in, like in any other place, not LA or New York, and then you're kind of like you're not thinking about that, so you're a little bit comfortable. But then once you go to LA, it's almost like it forces you to run out of ideas extremely fast. So once you run out of ideas, as far as how you're gonna make it, then that's when the whole idea that I'm talking about, like, you gotta get naked in front of your audience, comes in. Which doesn't mean like literally get naked. It just means that think about your most embarrassing moments in your life and put that on screen.
Mm.
And think about the most like things you would never tell anybody. Never ever tell anybody. Put that on screen. When you do that, people are gonna pay attention. People are gonna pay attention, bro. And the reason why, because people like to see things that nobody's bold enough to show. And if you're bold enough to show the most intimate, scariest, darkest things that you'll never, like the most secret stuff, but you put it on screen, people are gonna be, oh shit, like what the fuck, I never, like it's almost like you're playing into their own
expectations.
their own,
Like you're playing.
yeah, like their own mind, like you're playing into their own mindset, and when they see it, it's like they can't stop watching because they're like, man, I can't believe somebody was bold enough to like say that or to do that or to do that. And I feel like when it came to like Issa Rae, if you watch like some of this stuff, even though it wasn't like, whoa, like oh my god, I can't believe shit, you know what I mean, that it was, she was really like putting herself out there, like this is who I am. This is my character. This is my story.
So she really showed her vulnerability to that. Even when it's something like I think when I'm reading it,
it's vulnerability, but like to the extreme. It's not like, oh, like I'm gonna tell a girl that I like her. You know? No, I'm gonna tell my dad that I did some crazy shit the other day, and I'm just gonna put it on TV, even though, you know what I mean?
Right. And
like,
I think that's a good. I think that's just. I think the way you go back, it's just good writing and being able to open yourself like that. And I think going back to like Issa Rae's situation and her style of and that what made that awkward black girl. There's not really an awkward black girl stereotype. It's still unknown. Mm-hmm. It's still an unknown thing.
She told her story as who she was.
Exactly.
You know? Instead of like, no, I'm the elegant black girl. I'm the classy black girl. I'm the black girl that made it out of the hood. Like, no, she didn't play something that she wasn't. She played exactly who she was. Exactly. And then people related to that. And then you know, Hollywood, like I hate to say it, Hollywood, like they have a lot of writers who like they're writers, but they don't live life. You know what I mean? So whenever you don't live life enough, like you don't have no stories to tell. Right. You know, I've always said this. I'm not a good storyteller. Like I'm an okay storyteller, but I have a brother-in-law, I have a cousin who never written an essay in their life, who've never written a book, probably never really read a book, type shit. But holy fuck, they can tell a story. Why? Because they live life. They live like since they were 12 years old, they're out of their house already. They were 10. As soon as they turned 10 and 12, they literally left their house. And from 10 all the way to like 30, it was just a whole adventure. You know what I mean? You can't make that shit up in your brain. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you actually have to go out there and be like, oh shit, what the fuck am I looking at? Like, I never like so that's what I'm saying. Like sometimes like Hollywood is all preconceived, and then when somebody comes in with something fresh, like that's just so new, and they're like, oh, what the hell? I never really, what the hell? You know what I mean? It's just you're gonna draw people's attention that way. You know what I mean? And I feel like that's always been the method. It has never changed, and no matter how much AI gets invented, how much it gets better, real human stories are always gonna beat out like anything. And real human stories happen in real life, not in like AI world. You know what I mean? And again, it doesn't have to be all like real to life. You know what I mean? Like you can have some very wacky,
like out of world stories, or like something like yeah. Or something genre based, like you know, more genre. But as long as you're coming at it with intent of like with intent and earnestness, like Guillermo del Toro or James Gunn, if you're coming to that like, those writings,
like all of like back to Guillermo del Toro, like all the things that he writes, even though they're not like
They're not like big epic storytelling. They don't change.
They're not like grounded, you know, like they're very like
out of this world.
They're very their own universe.
Right.
They can you can still like you can still like integrate like your own personal experience through your out of this world, like creating a different world. You know what I mean? It doesn't always have to be real to life, but at the same time, like it does have to be fresh in a way. You know what I mean? And it's like it's one of those things with like combination thing. You can do a lot of people say, oh well, there's no originality. Everything's been thought out. Like all your thoughts, like somebody already thought of. Literally.
But yeah, I've seen it, and everything's a remake. But
yeah,
I would argue like your distinctive voice is what makes it. Like if you're confident in your voice, but also know what you're saying.
Not even that. Like take it a step further. Not just like your voice. It's the combination of like scenarios and words that we can put together. You know what I mean? To say that every single word has been said in a certain sequence already that's ever been made, like that's impossible. You know, that's not humanly possible. We're talking about combinations here. We're talking about trillions of combinations, and that's just with words. You know what I mean? But to say that every single story has already happened the exact same way, with the exact same characters, with the exact same people, like that's not even possible either. Like, have you ever seen the movie Mr. Nobody?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. No.
It's basically about a guy, Jared Leto's in it, I think. But it's basically about a guy who has a hard time making decisions. So they end up calling him Mr. Nobody because he never made a decision in his life. You know what I mean?
Mr. Nobody. I don't think I've heard of that movie. 2009. This one?
Yeah.
Interesting.
But it's basically about a guy who makes who is a nobody because he didn't make any decisions in your life. He got presented with so many decisions to make, but every time he got presented with a decision, he ended up like he thought about it ahead of time, right? So he kind of foresaw the future, and then he went back and he's like, you know what? Like I already saw the future. I don't like it. I'm not gonna make a decision on that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you see him through the whole film, like making a bunch of decisions that are just kind of thought out, and then at the end, like you see him in his deathbed, and they ask him like, "Who are you?" And like, well, I'm a nobody, you know, because I didn't make any decisions in my life. I just kind of just let life happen, and before you know it, I was dying. You know what I mean?
Right.
But it's kind of like what I'm saying. Like it's kind of like life. You know what I mean? Like we every day, like we get presented with a decision to make stuff. You know what I mean? And if you're somebody who wants to like have those stories, you have to sometimes like kind of like my brother-in-law and my cousin. You have to be willing to say yes to the situation. It's almost like you're throwing yourself into a situation where you don't know how it's gonna end up, but you do it for the thrill of like not knowing how it's gonna end up. It's almost like it's almost like a crazy. It's not. I wouldn't say it's like a very like sane. Like it's not a sane thing to say. It's a little bit. You gotta be a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like it's like you're jumping into a situation where you don't know how it's gonna end up, but regardless of how it ends up, it could end up being a film. You know what I mean? It could end up being a scene. You know, and yeah, you might risk your life. I mean, you don't want to go to the extreme where you're gonna die from that.
Right.
But you do have to like at one point or another like put yourself in a place as a filmmaker that you're not comfortable with and that you don't know nothing about. Because when you do that, it opens up like your brain into. And first of all, you get to experience a new experience, so you're no longer like building ideas from like your preconceived notions. You know what I mean? Like for example, let's say like, oh, you want to write a story about a drug deal gone bad.
Right.
But you've never done a drug deal. So alright, so you're everything that you put into that story is preconceived either through other films that you've seen, through the stories that you heard other people say, through TV, you know, all these ideas that you've seen but you didn't actually live out. So now you're gonna put all that into this story, which is gonna be a preconceived story. But let's say you were somebody who has done multiple drug deals, it's no longer preconceived. Now you're drawing from like your own experience. Like, oh yeah, I remember that one time I wanted to buy this drug from this one dude, and like, oh, this is how, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So now, again, now back to the level like of possibility. If you're somebody who's going out and you're like you want to make a story about drug dealing, you're gonna base it off your own stories that are real to life because you actually done it. Then now like it's no longer preconceived. So now like, what if the drug dealer was like a transgender, but it happened in real life? You know what I mean?
Right.
So now it's no longer like because if you say, you know what, he's gonna change it. Always gonna make the drug dealer transgender. It's not gonna come as true because you might miss a lot of like various eccentric details about that character that you might think, oh, that makes that character eccentric, but in reality, they might, a real life transgender drug dealer will act, and if you experience that, you will get like things that you even in your most preconceived like mind, most creative preconceived mind, you wouldn't be able to draw. Like, what if like the smell of that room, the sounds of that room, maybe like the weather or the drug deal.
Or what the clothes
like the chances that every single drug dealer is gonna, or every single drug dealer is gonna be exactly the same. Not gonna happen. Maybe they're wearing red shoes, but then this other drug dealer was wearing blue. Maybe they weren't wearing shoes at all. Maybe they were like, you know what I mean? So it's just like little bitty details that are like possibilities, and once you start to think about it, and then once you start to experience, like it kind of like it's a different thing. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. Like if you again back to bring it all back.
Yeah.
Is like, and filmmaking, though it is very difficult to break in, I feel like there's a point in your filmmaking career where you learn everything from lighting, camera, sound, and like everybody comes base level. You know what I mean? I used to, like, when I used to work in the hospital, I used to think like nurses know how to do like give out medicine, take out blood, start IVs, all base level stuff. You know what I mean? Like if you know how to do that, you're a base level nurse. You're just a nurse. But what makes a good nurse from a base level nurse? Like, well, okay, like you know how to draw blood, you know how to do this, you know that. But how well can you talk to your patients? How well can you calm down your patients? You know what I mean? So then now you're no longer like at that base level, like, oh, I know how to do the basic stuff everybody else knows how to do. Like, I know how to do all the basic stuff. Then I can take it up a few notches that you guys don't know how to do because you, like, you know what I mean? I feel like this is the base level, right?
Yeah.
This all new beginner like filmmakers, and they have to go and then eventually get to the top of the base level. So now you're at the base level. You know how to light, you know how to write a story, you know how to write a script, you know how to produce, you know how to do like all the basic stuff, right? And a lot of filmmakers, they get stuck there for the rest of their lives because they think, oh, I made it. I already know how to make this film. I don't know how to light right now. But then the filmmakers who like go up to be like your next James Gunn, so your list celebrities, those are the ones who be like, okay, I know how to do all this stuff. Let me go up a few more levels. You know, let me keep going, see how high this goes. And then they keep going. And then all your base level filmmakers who think they're really good because they know how to do the basics, they get stuck there. And then before you know it, you're like, you know, but it's a compilation of a lot of stuff.
Exactly.
Your history, your experiences in life, and also your boldness to tell your story without any like fear. Cause I feel like that's another part of it too. Like, most people, like, they're not willing to be like tell their embarrassing story about themselves. It doesn't always have to be embarrassing, but it does have to be like true to yourself because like you, there's no other person that's just like you. It's just not.
No, exactly. And everyone's made different.
Everybody's made different, and because of that, everybody has a different story.
Exactly.
And and the only thing is, most people are just not willing to tell their stories because they're afraid of judgment, or they're afraid of like, mainly just that. I think they're just afraid of judgment.
I can see that. I think it's another thing too. It's just like they just don't. I think this new wave is the sense of inconfidence where they think my story is not interesting enough. Like, I haven't been through a drug deal, so I can't. So,
but that's not even that's one example. Like,
yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying.
Oh, well, let's do this.
Yeah.
Well, especially for guys.
Yeah,
most guys have never been to a drug. Okay, maybe, I don't know.
There's been some, but like let's say
like more general terms.
Yeah, general terms.
Most guys, about like our age,
yeah,
they've been through a break.
Right.
Are you willing to put your your breakup, and all the little cringy stuff
See,
you
that's
just did
that-
afterwards.
That you'll have to, and that's another thing too. Most guys wouldn't look back and they would just be like, "No, I didn't do this. She lost on me."
No,
you gotta be real
but you
with
gotta be real with yourself.
and be
because
like,
you
"No,
gotta
I
be real
did
with the
this." Like
audience.
no. If I want to be real, shit, I'll say it right now. I think the cringiest part for me, bro, was I cried too many times, bro.
But
I
you
used to
put
cry.
that on film. People are gonna relate to it because you're not the only one. Trust me, bro.
Bro,
You
I-
might think you're the only one. Oh,
I
man,
cried
was
on my
I was a
girl.
little girl and I cried after I got broken up with. Like, no, but if you make a film about a guy who cried and you see him crying over and over, but then you see him kind of like elevating stuff, and before you know, like they overcome it. People want to see that. People would much rather see a guy cry over a girl than a guy think he's so cool and he got all the girls. Like there's no conflict in that.
Exactly.
There's no overcoming in that. There's no realness in that. Because guess what? Most guys, even though they will not say it, they all cry after the first.
Damn, I just said on stream, yeah, I'm a bit of a crybaby, bro. Leave me
Which
be.
is fine, bro. Like, you have to be willing to be vulnerable.
I mean, that's the thing and that's the thing that I learned in writing school, and I think taught us a little bit in KD is like you have to be real with yourself. Like if you're not willing to be real with yourself, then you don't be in this business, because this business is that's why it's you have to be with yourself. That's why, you know.
And then once you get to the level like that, you're like highest level, then you don't even have to put yourself out there anymore. You can like do symbolism and metaphors and really hit everybody with like some high level literature stuff.
I believe so, man. I think it's just one of those things where I believe that good storytelling is what brings the content, is what makes good good storytelling is what is good marketing.
The story is the king.
Exactly.
Always.
That's the key in marketing.
The god.
Exactly. Good
Story
marketing
is
is
the
just
god.
good. Yeah, good marketing is just good storytelling.
Mhm.
So exactly. So I highly agree with you on that, and I really do believe, like I do believe, like there is ways for filmmakers right now. You can't make this into this and have that be your calling card. It's just now a different game. It's a different game, but just still, if you can, and that's the most key part that I agree with you. If you can do this, if you can make a damn good story with limited crew,
and still be
not just good story, but also entertaining, that people can watch you, then you've got it. Then you won. And that's where that's personally my goal with all the films I make. Even though I make out there over the stuff, I hope that I can continue when my writing has gotten better. I mean, it's gotten better for sure. I won't say like, oh, I'm reached literature letter. There's some ways I can too, but I've at least found I have developed a good sense of story structure, how to build a roadmap, like how to get to point A to point B to point C. Now, what I need to work on is tone, because I do a lot of genre bending. You know, like that's my flaw. I do a lot of genre bending. Now it's like you need to commit to horror. If you're making a horror film, you gotta commit to the horror film and start, you know, because if I haven't learned the rules of horror like genuinely, then I can't genre bend.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta understand how to make a good horror, a good action, and a good drama. Once you get the basis down of all three genres or something, you know, then you can do. Or, you know, at least that's my perspective. But there's probably a lot more I need to work on that I don't know from the top of my head, because then Rumpelminz is hitting me. Dr. Rumpelminz is hitting me. But, you know, it's one of those things where a lot of that is just really work and experience. But, you know, as long as really your three things that I want to give, and this is my advice to chat, 3 things about how to manage your life being in this crazy business while also being within yourself. My 3 advices for me, for if I were to talk to myself 5, 6 years ago, 10 years ago even, I'd say stay persistent, keep continuing doing what you're doing. Don't be too harsh on yourself. Sometimes you'll make trash, but sometimes you hit gold. Appreciate both of them, because those two, it's the trash gonna get you the gold, and the gold's gonna get you the trash. So that's really what it is. And I think the most important lesson is, honestly, bro, being nice to people, man. Both on and off set. And the reason I say that is because you don't want to hold beef with nobody, because that's going to hold you back a lot with anything. So just be nice to people, man. That's just my advice for maintaining. And those are simple, but that's what I've learned that helped me keep my mind sane. As long as you're persistent with your stuff, you're not being too harsh on yourself. You don't let, you don't destroy yourself with your own criticisms. And you just be nice to people, man. Just be nice to people on set and off set. It'll come. Your life as a filmmaker will be easier. You won't be less hot taking. You get to keep all your hair. That's just really what I've seen, and and I'm a huge believer of every action. There's a reaction. So as long as, you know, my action is related to what I want to do, or gets closer to my dream, it gets close, or even in new charted grounds, you know, something will happen to it. So yeah, very simple mindset, people say, but it's worked for me for the past 25 years. I don't have no doubt in my mind that it won't work for me for the next 25. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. I think it's just really one of those things where, at the end of the day, you know, it's just really putting yourself out there, and being open to other people's experiences. You know, you're not the only one in this world. You know, maybe there might be someone that has this, like you said, that cried a lot more to their girlfriends than I ever had, and they still managed to make it work. You know, I don't know. It's interesting. It's an interesting dichotomy. This is an interesting conversation so far, bro.
Who's shake?
It is 9:20.
No, like who's on there?
Who's on there?
Do we gotta play the Who Are You People again? Maybe another person can.
Let's find out.
They're like, nah.
One viewer, and that's probably me.
You're the only viewer.
Yeah.
Whoever's viewing this, if you're viewing this, you're gay. That's you.
You're gay.
No offense, guys. We support everybody. We should just have
rights activist, Mr. Should I call you Mr. Pepe Julian Onzima? Thank you for coming in. Good morning. Why are you gay?
So fucked up, bro. Fuck this guy, man. This guy's a piece of shit, no.
We should do like a stream where you're just like, we analyze memes and brain rot.
Shit. Crazy. You ever seen this brain rot, bro? I could talk to you all day about brain rot. You ever seen these ones, bro? You ever seen
I've seen those ones. Yeah, those are crazy.
You want to get some beer? Beer! Some beer! Did you just say beer? I want some beer! If you can win B-E-E-R, beer! Excuse me, sir. You want to get some beer? Yeah, I want a beer! Some beer? If you can win... If you can win this $100 blackjack can,
you want some bling rod, bro? I got you, bro.
Excuse me, sir. You want to get some
beer? These are tough, bro. These are too tough, bro. These are too tough.
This here is rain bet. Let's see if you get extra.
That's crazy, bro. They've been sponsored by gambling sites, bro, to do this shit, bro. Like, gambling sites be cool.
Trying to hit him up, bro. Like, hey, man.
Go get it.
Sponsor my film.
I feel like doing that route, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I don't want to do this, bro. I don't want to see myself doing this. Going to like homeless people, be like, "Hey, bum, you want to sit? You want to fucking."
Did I just see you guys really do that? Seriously?
Excuse me, sir. You want to get some beer?
Yeah. Where's that?
Some beer? If you can win this $100 blackjack can on rain bet, I'll get you beer and cigarettes.
Let's do it.
You got a 20 against 8. You want to hit or stand? Stand, let's go. You fucking what? Yeah!
Not bopping. Punch in my head.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. I love you guys.
Yeah.
Thank y'all. Beer power. Yo!
Oh, damn. Damn, they're going after that. What are they doing?
Lizzie versus beer. That's fun, bro. That's fun. You know what the fuck you're doing, bro. You're a piece of shit, bro. But this is funny content, bro. This is brain rot heaven, bro. This is a brain rot, like hella brain rot, bro. Oh,
Yeah, I'm getting shakes, man. I'm telling you. I need my motherfucking drink.
Yo, brother, what's up? You drink?
Hell yeah, I drink, man.
Yo, what the fuck? Yeah, what's up, bro?
Fuck somebody up right now.
All right, brother, I got $100 on blackjack on rain bet, okay? It's a 19 versus 11. Do we hit or do we stand?
Stand.
Oh shit, he hit for the 20.
Fuck is it? I need my motherfucking beer,
I take a plug to get her food, blue like 10 bins. It ain't that hard to choose a side, I ain't y'all niggas.
Yeah, I'm
Dang,
getting
yeah,
shakes, man.
You got them two fat 40s,
Yeah.
bro. You got them two fat 40s, bro. Oh man, would you? Let me ask you this: would you do this level of content, bro, or no?
Nah.
Because there are people that are like, their mindset is any attention is good attention. Do you believe in that?
I mean, yeah, until you get shot or arrested.
That's my thing, bro. Like, I think this whole stupid.
Stabbed.
I don't believe in any publicity is good publicity because I think no, you need good publicity. If you
I
have
mean,
bad publicity,
yeah,
like
you
you're
get
toxic, then
canceled,
like
yeah.
then you won't. Because another thing too in this content creating, at least this day and age, is advertisers play a big part in your income. And I don't know about you, but not many advertisers are be down for something like this, bro.
Nah, only like a rain bed, yeah.
Rain beds,
betting company,
exactly.
CBD company, maybe. You know, CBD companies, they were sponsoring like creators for like a long time, and I guess they went down.
Well, shit, they should sponsor me. I'd be down to sponsor CBD
They
companies.
got money too, bro. They got money.
Fuck, I should do that. Like, hey, sponsored by Redwood Cigarettes, Redwood CBD smokes.
Yeah, you want to end it now?
Yeah, we can end it now. Chat.
Streamer
Oh, this one more. This one's the big one that
I
everyone's
seen
talking
that
about.
one. Yeah,
Sponsored by Steak.
Why does he look like a fucking? Why does he look like he hasn't taken a shower in 3 months? Look at him.
Probably
Look
hasn't.
at him.
Probably hasn't.
Why is this motherfucker, man? They asking us, and they saying like this generation of men, the dating pool is scared. You know, look at us, bro. Look at me. Look how gorgeous I am, bro. Look how smexy I am. And this shit, man.
Cans out machetes and booze to the homeless. This is the one where he's giving them out the machetes. I saw this. Get ready.
There you go. Need some protection out here. You know
There
what
it
I'm
is.
saying?
Yeah, I saw it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, I'll go over there. I'll hand him.
Oh damn, bro.
Yeah, no, this fucking crazy, bro. This motherfucker crazy, bro. About like fucking
Oh,
handing him machetes. Like,
he's
bro.
happy.
Big ass.
Oh
big ass
man.
sword.
You want a sword?
Yeah, no, bro. I don't understand.
Bro.
Where is that? Like LA?
Yeah, LA, Skid Row.
crazy.
This was actually a Skid Row.
That's crazy because those there like that's that gets you get in trouble, man.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, no.
Well,
it's
because
legal
like in
repercussions.
LA, that actually happens a lot. Like you live like in LA, you live in LA, like there's just you can see all the crime, and you always randomly see homeless person with a machete, like trying to like always like that's crazy. But yeah, bro, you want to end it now?
Yeah, we'll end it right now. All right, just want to say, chat.
I need to use the restroom. What's it called? What's it? It's a 10-2 in the film.
That was 10-10.
Oh, 10-10, guys. I'm gonna do a 10-10.
All right, we're gonna stop streaming right now, man. But we're gonna close it off. Appreciate y'all. This been this fun stream. So yeah, we'll get back with next time we're streaming, bro. I'll update my stories. But
Thank you, Jazz14.
Thank you,
Shout
Jazz,
out.
for coming out. Shout out to my boy Jay coming
No,
through.
shout out to the Shad. Shout out to the Shad who came in.
The 2 reviewers that came in.
Whoever
y'all
you
the
guys
realest.
were, shout out. If you're my stalker, no shout out. But if you're not my stalker, shout out.
You wildin', bro.
Hey man, you never know. All right, and then.
All right, later, Brody.